All right, here we go. First off the bat, Sonic Advance 1, okay? Sonic Advance 1 is... It's eh. I think it's good. I don't think it's fucking one of the greatest, but it, you know, it functions and it's good. The sprites are a little awkward, but honestly, for like for going back to traditional 2D Sonic and being on a handheld, pretty fucking legit. The levels I don't remember being too difficult, and I actually do manage. I do remember in high school playing it on my Game Boy SP and actually collecting all the Chaos Emeralds and doing that final Super Sonic level that you unlock when you collect them all. The only thing that kind of sucked is that the special stages had you like, it was like a above view, like a helicopter view of Sonic skydiving down on a board, and you had to collect rings on the way down, and it was really bad at conveying depth perception, so it was like really hard to pick up some of the rings because you couldn't tell like how close they were a lot of times, so it was really difficult. But all in all, it wasn't bad. I thought it was really good, and I enjoyed it, you know. I think that's pretty fair, right? For all the people that played Sonic Advance, I think a lot of people would probably agree. There might be a handful of people that might put it in great, you know. Sonic Jam. Sonic Jam is... Sonic Jam is one of my favorites. Sonic Jam, to people that haven't played it, they probably just think it's just like a simple collection of a bunch of Sonic games, right? Like I've seen some YouTubers do like Sonic summary essays or videos talking about, like, discussing either Sonic R and talking a little bit about Sega Saturn's background and simplifying stuff. Like one of them was like, and Sonic Jam came out on Sega Saturn, which wasn't much because it was just a collection of all the Sonic games and you could just play those on Genesis, so why would you want a Sega Saturn? And I was like, obviously you didn't fucking play it, dude, because it wasn't just a simple compilation. Dude, they had all kinds of new shit for, like, aside from the games running and looking at their best, there was also difficulty settings. So you could actually set the difficulty to like easier, and then enemy placements were a lot more forgiving. You know, they'd remove some enemies. There was pitfalls that were covered up, so you could get through the games easier, and you could see like the true endings. There was like a lot of quality of life things, as well as like being able to attach like Sonic and Knuckles to not just Sonic 3, but also 2 and 1 as well, so you could play like Knuckles and the other ones. And then there was the open world section where you could play as like Sonic Adventure. It was originally supposed to be like, essentially what they did is they were building Sonic Adventure for Sega Saturn, but when they were abandoning that system and going to Dreamcast, they took everything that they had worked on for the Sega Saturn version of Sonic Adventure and put it on Dreamcast. But what engine they did have for Saturn, they used for Sonic Jam. So in this open world, you're playing around in this like low poly Sonic the Hedgehog that gives you like, you can like jump around on this little mission pad, and it would be like, collect this many rings before time runs out, or do this or do that. And it was just like essentially a 3D play demo where you get to run around and see what the engine would have been like for a Sonic Adventure game on Sega Saturn. And they also had buildings that you could walk into that had this incredible history of Sonic. There was a movie theater in this open world, and you can go inside and watch like the opening to Sonic CD, which to me, that was the first time I saw a Sonic CD opening. You know, this was before like AOL or dial-up or a lot of that shit. I didn't even have a fucking computer yet. So I had never actually even seen the opening for Sonic CD. I had seen maybe screenshots in magazines, but never actually seen the animation. So then when I was watching that shit, I was like, oh my fucking god. I was like, Toei animation of like Sonic the Hedgehog. I didn't even know what Toei was. I think I barely even knew what anime was at the time, but like seeing Sonic run around and do all that crazy shit in the video, I was so blown away. I was like, this is amazing. And it got me excited for like the future of Sonic the Hedgehog, because I was like, man, in the future when games get crazier, we'll be able to play a game that looks like the opening to Sonic CD, because I loved video games at the time because I was thinking like 2D Sonic. Essentially all these 2D games in the 90s with sprites and stuff, they looked like you were controlling 2D animation. So it was like you were controlling a cartoon. But, you know, they still kind of looked jaggy because they were sprites. So I was thinking as games got more impressive, you know, the graphics would be, and it would look more and more like a cartoon and being more and more fluid, and things would just get better, you know, which was not the case, because then we kind of focused more on 3D and So, I mean, we still have hand-drawn sprites and a lot of stuff, but they're more of a niche, and they don't come out as often. But the thing that's cool about that is that there is a Sonic fan game that it literally takes that exact concept that I was excited for as a kid, and they made that a reality, called Sonic Freedom, where they actually have hand-drawn sprites of Toei Sonic, and it's like a 2D game, and he's got this cool mechanic that looks like he does this move like he does in the opening cinematic, where he can like spin dash midair and like choose a direction to like dash to, and looks incredible. So that's pretty awesome. Like that exists now. I just wish it was like I just wish Sega would hire them when we get like a full released game with that Toei Sonic, but I don't know, maybe someday, I don't know, or at least let the fan game get finished and get more levels and fleshed out or something. Right now it's just a tech demo. But anyway, I'm sorry, I kind of got off subject. But yeah, Sonic Jam is fucking tight is my point. Like that is an incredible collection of a Sonic Adventure play demo with all of this history of Sonic, not just movies, but illustrations. They even have like documented history where it's like Sonic had a fucking soccer team. And that's also how I found out about that Sonic arcade game that had a trackball that nobody ever fucking saw. That had like Mighty the Armadillo and Ray the Flying Squirrel or whatever. And that was like their first and like only appearance before like until Mania, and maybe in the comics. But yeah, dude, Sonic Jam is like so much more than just like, oh, it's all the Sonic games that were on Genesis. Like there's a lot of value in that. And it's pretty rare. I'm fortunate enough to actually still have a copy. I'm really glad I have mine still, you know. So yeah, I think this is extremely underrated. Even Sonic Mega Collection didn't have a lot of the features that Sonic Jam had. But Sonic Mega Collection is still a really good collection. But yeah, I feel like Jam is the better one for sure. Sonic Mega Collection doesn't have that 3D open world to explore with all that incredible information and history. It was the best Sonic game we would have closed to a 3D Sonic Adventure before the Dreamcast ended. Yeah, exactly. The makeup for the cancellation of Extreme, dude. I'm gonna be real, man. Seeing like the demos and like the unreleased gaming footage of Sonic Extreme, I think we were better off. Sonic Extreme looks terrible. Sonic Extreme 100% looks like fuck, what was that game where you played like that green bug? Maybe it was actually just called Bug or something like that. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was just called Bug. That's what it looked like. It's just like arbitrary 3D graphics but walking on like 2D planes. It didn't look very engaging. So kind of looks like Sonic Frontier. No, I don't think the opening of Sonic CD looks like Sonic Frontier. No, like Sonic Freedom does, that fan game, but no. Sonic Frontier looks like those fucking videos from like 8 years ago on Facebook that were all over the place, where they take like Goku and put him in a giant empty Unreal Engine world in like a canyon that's hyper realistic, and have their shitty characters fly around in this empty world shooting Kamehamehas into the sky, and everyone's like, oh my god, hire this guy, because nobody knows shit about fucking game development. That's what Sonic Frontier looks like to me. But I don't know, the game's getting closer to release, and there's been things that make it look better, but I don't know how great it's going to be. I'm actually reserving judgment at this point, but I don't think it looks great. Street Fighter tier list? Yeah, maybe someday. Yeah, it's same engine as Bug, exactly. Alright, Sonic Lost World. I almost want to call Sonic Lost World bad, but I don't think it's bad. I think it's eh. Sonic Lost World is like, it was trying so hard to be Mario Galaxy that it stopped being a Sonic game. That shit is slow as fuck. Sonic Lost World. I remember playing Sonic Lost World and I shed a tear because I was sitting here playing this game and I was like, dude, Sonic is so slow. And I had this realization that Sonic's not what I what I grew up with anymore. Like, even if you hold down, like, this, like, even if you're constantly spin dashing and doing, like, speedrun maneuvers, he's not that fast. And then, like, and you're holding down the sprint button, which feels like a fucking walk button. I mean, it functions, and it's definitely not a bad game, but holy shit, dude. You could replace the model of Sonic in that game with Mario, and it would be the same shit. Like, just across the board. So, it's fine, but it did... Like, I played it all the way through on Wii U, and, you know, it is what it is, but, like, yeah. I'm sure there's some people that could also really like it. Also, the bosses and just the whole overtone of that game felt like it was made for babies. Like, the bosses were, like, super fucking easy. It was very, like, throughout the entire game, it was, like, very much, like, not for me, a grown-ass man. So, but it's fine. I don't hate it. I just think it's eh. I think that's fair. I mean, it's sitting next to Sonic Advance. I like Sonic Advance, so it's fine. I think that's fair. Yeah, gotta go fast, but not too fast. You want to be the guinea pig for Sonic Frontier? Yeah, man, let me know how it is. I mean, I'd be down to check it out regardless, even if it was bad, but yeah, we'll see. All right, let's see. Sonic Mania. Sonic Mania is definitely one of my favorites. I feel like that seems pretty obvious, right? Sonic Mania belongs at the top. It's so good. I mean, do I even really need to say anything? I mean, Sonic Mania was like almost this renaissance of fucking Sonic's back. You know what I mean? Like, it changed. It had everybody that had abandoned Sonic. It had like before Mania came along, just to like put everybody back in that same headspace. It was around that time before Mania dropped, where like IGN and everyone's like, dude, Sonic's never been good. You remember that? That was all over the place. They're like, Sonic's never been good. Sonic's trash. Stop being excited for Sonic. And there was that skit with Mega 64 where they're at the Sonic restaurant, the fast food chain. And they're like, why do we keep coming here? It's so bland and tasteless. It's never great. We keep coming back thinking it's going to be different. You know? And it was just like, yeah. You know? So, like, he had such a mediocre to shit streak. And then Mania came along. I mean, holy shit. The opening animation that, what's his name did? He was like, he wasn't just the animator on it. He like almost had full control. Man, what's his name? It's like, not Tyler Hessa. It's, fucking help me, chat. I know his name, but I'm having a brain fart. But he had like, almost creative control over like how Sonic was perceived in the games and helped along with production and presentation of, as well as like the animation. That was like his main thing. He also did like the Sonic mini episodes. No, not Christian. It wasn't Christian Whitehead. Christian Whitehead did the development and stuff. I'm talking about the animations, like the opening animations, the Sonic mini episodes and series. He also did like the animations for Sonic Origins that tied all the games together. Fuck, that's gonna bother me. Maybe I have to look it up. Let me see. Tyson Hesse. Yeah, I'm not saying that right. Yeah, Tyson Hesse? I'm not sure how you say his last name or how you pronounce it. Yeah, that's him. He came along and just completely he brought back the classic Sonic image. You know, Sonic's original image wasn't just, oh, he's cute and round, which is, I feel like what the Zoomers' interpretation of the original classic Sonics was that he's just cute, round, kind of like he is in Generation. Oh, yeah, old Sonic is just cute and soft and round, and you know, that's his whole thing. And now modern Sonic's like, hey, I'm so cool, blah blah blah. Nah, man, like originally Sonic had attitude. That was his whole thing. You know, like look at his sprite. He's always kind of like scowling and shit. He was cute by design, but his attitude and the way he carried himself was very much like a badass. And that's what kind of made the whole character work and made him like intriguing, was that it was just like this balance between being cute but also being fucking badass. I feel like that's also like a more modern example of that is probably like Rebecca, right? Like Rebecca is a foul-mouthed gangster, you know, that's also charming, but also has like this cute exterior that she's like this lowly character. So I feel like that's like a lot of people are drawn to that as like a character design.
Spoilers for this stream. He's gonna put every Sonic game past Sonic Adventure 2 that isn't Sonic Mania in shit tier, and he'll say, Sonic was only good in the 90s, yada yada, also fuck Ken Penders.
You don't know that, shut up. Also, thanks for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Man, I really went on a rant. I think I'm gonna do that a lot for this. Okay, so moving on. Sonic Lost World is meh. Sonic CD. Okay, dude, this is gonna be a good one. All right, so Sonic CD. If I had done this tier list like maybe two months ago, I probably would have put Sonic CD right here and right? Because I was like, damn, this isn't a very good game. Like, the level design doesn't make sense. The pacing's weird. The bosses are kind of weak. The music is kind of cool, but like overall gameplay, the game is like, it feels really short and stuff. But it wasn't until about within 2 months ago that within the past 2 months, I realized I've been playing Sonic CD wrong like my whole life. I say my whole life. I didn't really get my hands on Sonic CD until like way later, but until like Sonic Gym Collection on GameCube. But like Sonic CD is a great game. Like, I don't think it's not one of my favorites, but dude, holy shit, they did something so unique with Sonic CD. So most people play Sonic CD kind of like the same way you play like Sonic 1, 2, 3, Sonic and Knuckles, right? Where it's like you go from point A to point B, you move to the right, you get to the goal, you beat the boss, you know, you try to get the Chaos Emerald MacGuffins or Time Stones or whatever the fuck, right? And then you're over and out and you're done, right? But really, that's not how you're supposed to play the game. And once you realize how you're actually supposed to play the game, it changes everything. So Sonic CD was in like development around the same time Sonic Adventure, or I'm sorry, not Sonic Adventure. Sonic CD was in development at the same time that Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was. So they were making Sonic CD for the Sega CD, and then 2 was also being developed. One was being developed by the Japanese Sega Japan, and the other one, Sonic 2, was being made in America, I believe. And I think they were trying to see which one did better as a design, or which one would like catch on more as far as like Sonic games go. So Sonic 2 was more like go from point A to point B and just go all the way to the right, and Sonic CD was like exploration. So that's why the levels feel so weird and don't seem to have like this flow like the other games do, which is why I didn't like it. But that's because you're supposed to go around and do time travel. You're supposed to like explore the levels, find the time posts, either to go into the future or the past. And then after you touch the future or past poles, you get up to speed and try to maintain speed to travel through time, which is actually fucking sick. Like, what a cool fucking idea. And then, so like gameplay-wise, what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to go into the past. Like, you find a past pole, you pick up speed and maintain time travel speed, kind of like Back to the Future or some shit. Go to the past, and then you explore the level trying to find what Robotnik has done. He has like a machine that's producing enemies, like robots and stuff. You have to find that machine in the past and then destroy it, and it gives you a good future. And there's also like a hologram of like Metal Sonic, like attacking like the wildlife, like stepping on like the animals and stuff. And if you destroy that as well, then it just spawns a bunch of flowers, I think. So the idea is you travel to the past, save the future, you make a good future, and then it actually changes the way the level looks. And if you destroy the robot producing machine in the past, it actually makes all of the enemies in the present and future disappear. So it's like easier to get around. And then you're supposed to go fight Robotnik, and I think it makes things either easier or more difficult depending on if you have a good future or a bad future when you get to the boss fight. So there's like these factors outside of just collecting the MacGuffins, like the little time stones. And when you look at Sonic CD as an exploration game, you're like, oh, and then it makes the game that was really short much longer. So then suddenly your quick playthrough of Sonic CD is turned into like a few hours of exploring and trying to find stuff. And it just completely changes the game. So, like, once I figured that out, I'm like, oh, that's cool. So your whole perspective has to change to actually really enjoy CD. So I put CD in great. You know, it introduced Amy, and you had to save her. Metal Sonic, who's like an iconic design. He's such a perfect metallic representation of regular Sonic and the way that he looks. I mean, I still really like Mecha Sonic from like Sonic and Knuckles, but
still waiting for the sequel, Sonic Blu-ray.
Hilarious. This fucking guy. But yeah, man, Sonic CD, it's fucking good. If you're kind of like I was about it, playing it before, try using the time travel mechanics and like explore the levels to find the badnik producing robot thing and try to get the good future, and it changes, like, it completely changes the game. Anyway, yeah, it's great. And not to mention the music and some of the levels and the race with Metal Sonic. There's a lot of cool shit in this. You forgot which version of Stardust Speedway? Yeah, the music for Stardust Speedway. Yeah, it's playing a second ago. Yeah, this version of Metal Sonic was his introduction. Like, there was a Metal Sonic that existed in Sonic Adventure 2, but he was pretty bland and forgettable. And then Sonic and Knuckles had Mecha Sonic, which I think was the coolest design, and I think they based the Sonic comic book, Metal Madness, where Sonic and Knuckles get roboticized. That's actually the coolest version of Metal Sonic by a large margin, the one from the comic book. But it looks a lot like the one... or it looks kind of similar to the one that was in Sega Saturn. Or I'm sorry, not Sega, Sonic and Knuckles. Sorry. Exactly, Happy Poop. Like, man, you thought it was short? Yeah, you weren't trying to get the good future. Is that Sonic 3 at the top? Sonic Jam and Sonic Mania so far. Oh, I'm not sure. Here's the playlist if you guys want to check it out for yourself. I think this is from Sonic Generations. I think it's a remix. There you go. All right, next on the list, Sonic 06. Try not to be too surprised. Sonic 06 goes in the trash. This game should have never been released. Not only do I think Sonic 06 is the worst Sonic game to ever be released, ever, I think it's literally the worst game ever made. You know how, like, people come out and they're like, oh man, top 5 worst games of all time. E.T., Shaq Fu, Superman 64. Dude, I feel like Sonic 06 is like fucking leagues worse than all of those games. Because as shitty as a lot of those games are, at least they still somewhat work, right? Shaq Fu's fucking whack as hell, right? But at least it fucking works. You know, you're not playing Shaq Fu and falling through the goddamn ground. You know, Superman 64 sucks and it's super unfun. But I mean, and you know, it's still buggy, but like, holy shit, dude. I'm like, and E.T. actually functions, but it just doesn't explain how to play it very well. So E.T. is still not a good game. Like, none of them are good games. This is not singing praises for those games, but holy shit, Sonic 06 is trash. I can't believe that they fucking charged money for this shit. They should have been sued to the ground for releasing such an unfinished product. Like, that shit's crazy to me. Like, it's garbage. It's garbage, it's trash. I don't think it has any value outside of people suffering when they play it. But
his world is a banger song.
Yeah, dude, that's the one thing I can say about Sonic 06, actually, is that the soundtrack fucking slaps. Like, it's really good. Where's... Hold on, let me find it real quick. Because... Yeah, hang on. The music is good, right? But you can't dismiss an unfinished broken game where you fall through the floor. It's just because the music slaps. There's one song in particular from Sonic 06 that I really, really like. Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. You turn it up a little bit. Yeah, this one right here. Shit slaps. This isn't the one I think I was originally thinking of. I think it was called Absolution was my favorite. Where is that? Where's Absolution? Where's Absolution? It's like Dream of Absolution or something like that. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Oh my god, there's so much music for Sonic 06. What the fuck? I didn't even realize how much music it had. I was going through all of it. Oh, here it goes. Dreams of Absolution. I think this is it. God damn, there's a lot of music. Maybe it was the remix I remember. Yeah, this is the one. Dreams of an Absolution, LB versus JS remix. This is the song. This shit. I'm about to expose how old I am. Dude, I actually used to have this Dreams of Absolution on my fucking MySpace for like a week before I realized it was from I didn't even realize it was from Sonic 06. I was like, damn, this is a good song. And I had it on my MySpace profile for a while, and I was like, oh, it's Sonic 06. I was like, still a good song, and I left it on there. If you haven't played another Sonic game since 06, I don't blame you. I do think you should check out Mania, though. No, you don't even get to do that sort of discussion. Look, I know Sonic 06 isn't perfect. Bro, it's not even fucking close to being functional. Yeah. I don't even think you can do that. You're like, look, I know it's not perfect. It's bad. It's the worst. It shouldn't have been released. It shouldn't have come out. Yeah, honestly, you could do a fucking tier list base for like just the Sonic music on its own. Some bad Sonic games, but for some reason the soundtracks are good. Yeah. Make a tier list as Sonic 06 goes here. No, because Sonic 06 won't be sitting alone. Sonic 06 is going to have some company.
Okay, but which is worse? Sonic 06 or Sonic Boom?
We'll get to that when we cross that bridge. But there is actually a fan community that is updating and trying to make Sonic 06 like a completed game, so, you know, to their credit. Alright, here we go. Sonic Forces. Sonic Forces. Ooh. Sonic Forces. Where do I put you? Ugh. Oh my god. I really don't know where I'm dropping this thing. Yo, Game Fighter, thanks for gifting a sub to Moonboy. Hey man, I appreciate the thanks for the sub, man. Thank you for so he doesn't have to deal with the ads. It's really cool of you, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, dude. I'm gonna go ahead and put Sonic Forces in bad. I don't, and the thing is that I don't think Sonic Forces belongs next to Sonic 06, but I also don't think it's good enough to sit next to Sonic Lost World and Sonic Advance. So I just think it belongs in bad. Man, what can I say about Sonic Forces? Sonic Forces is such a fucking disaster of a game, but it's still, like, it works okay. It's not good. Like, it's a bunch of boosting mechanics where you run through enemies that don't even attack you. I mean, it's got character customization, which is kind of fun. Sonic Forces was created with a team that was fighting with itself. Like, I have a friend that's closely involved with the development of Sonic Forces and just like and Sonic Team in general. And they were telling me about a lot of stuff that was happening with Sonic Forces before the game even was being released. And I knew about a lot of stuff before it was announced, and you know, but it's like an NDA, so I could never talk about it. But like, I mean, there's a lot of fucking infighting going on with Sonic Forces. There's some teams that wanted like classic Sonic. There was a little bit of sabotage because they didn't want a game like this to do well. There was people that wanted to do a much more serious take on the game. That's kind of like Sonic Sat AM, like levels of plot where it's based around like them already losing to Robotnik, and Robotnik like controls the planet. And they try to make it really serious, where it's like, oh, Sonic's dead. Like, you could tell they even wanted to use curse words and stuff, and they were trying to like make this serious, like, rebel cause that has to deal with war and the realities of war. But it's like, it's Sonic the Hedgehog, and you can't do that with Sonic. Like, his image is just not that. You can't have Sonic with like death and like war and serious themes, and he's cursing and shit. Like, Sonic, that's like doing that shit with Mickey Mouse. Like, you can't do it. It just fucks up the whole image brand, right? But you can tell the people involved want to do a more serious take, but they're not really allowed to. And then on top of their already existing development that they were probably rushing to get done, some higher-ups forced them to do the Sonic Generations bullshit, where Sonic from Sonic Mania is playable in Sonic Forces for no fucking reason other than the fact that classic Sonic's really fun and Generations was like successful.
In the words of Knuckles, this war Tails lol.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like Knuckles was talking to Vector. I don't think it was Tails. I think it was like Vector was like, "Arr!" And he's all sad, and Knuckles is all like, and that's why it's called war. So like he's trying to, like, it's so heavy, but it's just, the themes just don't add up. It's so, they're trying to be so serious while dancing around the serious subject matter. It's so stupid. But yeah, they're forced to like take on classic Sonic, and so they had to develop this classic Sonic engine that they already didn't have the development time for. So then taking development away from modern Sonic levels and then putting into a forced classic Sonic shit that they didn't have time to flesh out. So classic Sonic is just straight up broken. Like, the physics just don't work. They feel stiff. They're unresponsive, and even the levels don't cater to the engine. Like, there's that level where you're playing classic Sonic and he's running down, like, it's supposed to be Chemical Plant Zone, like where classic Sonic's running down that long ramp where he's supposed to be picking up a shit ton of speed, but the engine doesn't allow classic Sonic to go fast enough. So then he goes all the way to the bottom. Instead of launching into the air, he can't even fucking clear the ramp he's supposed to launch off of. Like, even if you like spin dash or if you just run regular, he just like stops running up the ramp because the physics are so fucking broken. Like, it's just not finished. So then that fucked up You know, you have like a shitty, unfinished classic Sonic, which made the modern Sonic parts even more fucked up, but it still somewhat functions as bad as it is. You know, created characters are very limited. They only have like what, 4 pieces of equipment, but they're all they all just have different colors. It's like, hey, you unlocked that same shirt you already have, but now it's green. Like, okay, cool. Now I can color coordinate better on my shitty creative character. Like, it's pretty fucking whack. But there was that cool DLC that let you dress up like the monkey from Super Monkey Ball and like Beat from Jet Set Radio. So those were cool. But other than that, all the other unlockable equipment was pretty shitty. And it was like a laughable plot and just barely, yeah. So I think it just belongs in bad. There was a time where I was been like, yeah, Sonic Forces is not that bad. It's okay. And then I went back to play it again. And I was like, oh no, this sucks. I was like, never mind, this is trash. Like, I went and just wanted to get a fresh perspective, and I think I went back and played it, like, I don't know, 6 months or a year ago, and I was like, yeah, it's not good. It's pretty shitty. So yeah, Sonic Forces is bad. I don't think anybody's really gonna I don't think that's gonna be a shocker. I don't think anybody's gonna fight me on that one. Yeah, even classic Sonic was like, "What, dude? I was just in Mania. Why did you put me in a bad game? Like, what is this? Why did you do this to me?" Alright, sorry, I had to drink some water. I'm talking a lot. I'm really rambling. Okay, here we go. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity is... Man. I'm gonna say it's eh. I'm tempted to put it into great because I think it is fun. But I think it belongs in the same category as like Lost World and Advance. Also, the game is very, very broken. Sonic Riders Zero Gravity, because of the zero shift drifting mechanic that they added, you just break the levels where you can just like cut huge chunks of the level out, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because if that was the only reason, then you guys are going to probably be surprised or not surprised where I put Sonic R. But I think it's good. I just think it's good. And I mean, I guess there's no way to... I'm going to go ahead and jump into it now. Since we're talking about Sonic Riders, I'm just going to get this out of the way. I think Sonic Riders, the first one, is better than Sonic Riders Zero Gravity. I don't know if that's a hot take for anybody, but like the first Sonic Riders was better. Like the grinding rails, the way you could like run out of air and then you were like running on foot. There was bikes, there was roller skates. The unlockable characters were cool. I liked the mechanics better. The levels were like made more sense and they were less claustrophobic. I just felt like Riders was the better game. Not to mention Sonic Riders had that absolutely banger opening. You guys remember that shit? Like, I'm half tempted to fucking play it again. Like, actually, you know what? It's my stream. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. I'm gonna play it. It's one of the greatest openings to a video game. Here we go. I fucking love this shit so much. Oh my god. It's so fucking good. This slaps so goddamn hard. Look at this. This is the kind of animation that inspires an entire generation. There are people out there that grew up watching the opening to this, and it inspired them to take on art and animation. The music slaps, the animation is beautiful and fluid. Look at these close-ups for this part right here with the little sparks and shit. Oh, Fuck, man. I love the bold outlines, too. Fuck. Look at that little 180. God, that was sick. I love the angular way they draw the characters, too. Like, even his gloves are super sharp. Oh, fucking love it. You know what's really cool? I didn't even notice till like way later is like when he does that big boost at the very end. I think it makes a Sonic face, doesn't it? Yeah, right there, like there. If you freeze the frame, I didn't notice that for the longest time, but yeah, the little spark of them blasting off turns into like a Sonic head. It's just, like you could break down frame for frame how beautiful this animation is. There's so many little things to love. Yeah, that shit fucking slaps, dude. That shit slaps so hard. Yeah, so for all those reasons, I feel like Riders is the better game. Zero Gravity is still good, but I just don't think it's as good. I don't think it's a great. I just think it's eh. I think that's fair, right? I don't think anybody in the chat's arguing with me on that. Isn't that the Sonic X animation? No, not even close. Very different. If they made an anime for Sonic Riders, it probably wouldn't look that good. The only reason it looks that incredible and it's that stunning is because it's like a 1.5-minute animation for the opening of the game. So you got this beautifully condensed budget to make something like really vivid and fluid and awesome. But if you had a show, it'd be like, you know, you gotta condense the budget. It probably wouldn't look as nice. I mean, it's nice to think of like an entire show that looked that good, but nah. Probably never happened. I didn't like Sonic X anime. I thought that shit was terrible. Oh, I fucking hate the opening song. I fucking hate Chris. The animation sucks. I fucking hate Sonic. I hate Sonic X. And like that was when it was being aired when I was in like high school or middle school. I would rather watch the goofy ass Looney Tunes Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. And then like Sonic Sat M. Those were both better than Sonic X. But I will tell you this, Sonic X is better than Sonic Underground. But if I was going based on Supra's rules, I'd probably enjoy Sonic Underground more than Sonic X, just because Sonic Underground is so badly animated and so badly done that it's funny. For that same reason, he would like 06 better than Sonic Adventure. Sonic X for you was meh. Yeah, I just didn't care for it. Did you play any of the GBA era Sonic games? Well, yeah, I already have it up here. We're going through them. I got Sonic Advance right here. Sonic Sat M is peak Sonic cartoons. If we're talking peak, like actual animated movies or series, I'm gonna say the Sonic anime OVA is peak, in my opinion. But Sonic Sat M is really good, for sure. Oh, this is a good song. All right, anyway, Sonic Unleashed. Bro, I am so... I wish I could cut this game in half. I want to take Sonic Unleashed and cut half of this game and put it in great, and then cut the other half of this game and then put it in bad. Like, the parts where you're Sonic are great. I love fucking Sonic Unleashed when it's actually Sonic, but the parts where you're the Werehog fucking suck. This slow-paced, gummoo Werehog bullshit. Oh my god, I was like, what the fuck, dude? And it sucks because the good Sonic levels are like, seriously, like 3 minutes to 5 minutes tops because you're going crazy fast. And then these unbearably slow, unfun Werehog levels take like 20, 40 minutes before you get to the good shit again. And then on top of that, if you're playing the 360 version, there was like a shit ton of these sun medals and moon medals you had to collect just to be able to progress through the story to see more of the fun levels. And you had to play the opposite levels to find the medals that you needed for the other ones. So like, here's an example. So it's like to progress in the story, you need X amount of sun medals to be able to play the next couple of classic Sonic levels or like fast Sonic levels. But all of those medals are in the Werehog stages. So if you want to play more of the fun stages, you gotta play the fucking shitty Werehog levels and then go exploring, trying to find these fucking medallions just so you can play the fucking actual Sonic levels. And then while you're playing the fun Sonic levels, you get to look for these shitty moon levels that unlock more of the levels you don't like. What the fuck, man? Why are you making me play? I can play the classic, these like speedy Sonic levels over and over and over again, and I'll get all these fucking shitty medallions for the goddamn Werehog I don't want to fucking play. But if I want to do more of the stuff I want to play, I gotta play the shit I don't want to play. Like, what the fuck, man? So I gotta put it in I'm so torn. Like, that's literally 50-50. If I could cut the game in half, I would. Like, right down the middle. I fucking hate those Werehog levels. And I remember when that game was announced and everyone was talking about it, and it was like being posted in gaming magazines, and it was like, yeah, dude, in the new Sonic game, Sonic's a werewolf. And I remember laughing, and I thought it was a joke. I thought they were fucking with me, and even then, I never believed them. I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah, that'd be pretty stupid if they did that, huh? I mean, you'd think, because at this point in time, like, to give you an idea of what kind of state Sonic was in, before Sonic Unleashed, that's when Sonic was a fucking knight. I think he was in an RPG. There was like secret rings, and they had Sonic doing all this weird shit. Yeah, like Sonic and the Black Knight, and they had him. They were doing all this weird shit with Sonic, and it's like, dude, why are you trying so hard to make Sonic something else? Like, is the idea that you have a blue, red sneakered, super Sonic fast Hedgehog, like, not enough? Is that not enough of a unique concept? You have to do this fucking One Piece, Luffy, gummy fruit bullshit, Werehog garbage? Like, where is this coming from? Like, I don't know what sort of weird, fucked up fan fiction leaked into the industry to make that shit happen, but I just don't fucking get it. I don't know what the train of thought was. And then when I found out it was real, I was like, wow. I was in disbelief. I still thought it was like an April Fool. I'm watching the trailer for this game and I'm thinking it's still a joke. And it was weird. And yeah, you could and you know what's interesting though is that there was a review. I think it was like a Screw Attack or an IGN review, maybe GameSpot, I don't remember. That's notoriously bad. Because they were so biased and they just fucking hated the game. Like, I think it's I don't put it in bad and I don't put it in good. I just think it's fine. But like, this guy trashed the shit out of the game and didn't even give good reasons. He was just shitting on it like he was having a bad day. That review is notorious. I remember when I heard about it and I went to go watch it. And this was like years later after the review was like, I mean, I must have watched it like 10 years after or something like that on YouTube. And you can go look it up too. But like, he just trashed the shit out of the game with this weird personal bias. But yeah, oh yeah, and Sonic Unleashed also had like this beautiful fan animation that you could download on PlayStation 3, where Sonic and like that little weird companion in Unleashed, I think his name was Chip. He was like this little pink, cuddly animal fairy that followed him around. They go into this haunted house and there's like this cute girl ghost, and like she tries to scare him or something, or she thinks he's cute by the end, and I don't know, it's just like a fun little animation, I guess, to promote the game. She never shows up in the game, I don't think, or anything like that. It was just like a cute ghost animation. I'd totally recommend checking out. It's like 3D animation, looks really cute. I think it's seriously like maybe 5 minutes long or something. It's incredibly short. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff going on with that game. So yeah, it's fine. The parts where you're playing Sonic are fucking beautiful. The music's great. The Werehog completely bogs down the game. I think it's dog shit. So The only thing the werewolf levels did right was the music for the levels. Yeah, I'll give that up.
I literally fell asleep on the Hedgehog stage. Fuck that, this game made me upset because they had a great modern day Sonic formula, but it's ruined by Hedgehog stages.
Exactly. Yeah, thanks for the 100 bits, by the way, Supra. 100% agree. That's totally how I felt too, man. Just, I tried, because I loved the speedy Sonic level so much that I was trying. I looked up videos, like, this is where the medallions are, and even, like, knowing where the medals are, and trying to get, like, to just push through the... I still never beat Sonic Unleashed. I actually still have a copy of the game on 360. It'd be cool to actually beat the game. But what I did do in Sonic Unleashed was I played the game so much, like I replayed the fun Sonic levels where you're going fast so much that every time you beat a level, you earn some experience, and you can distribute that experience to different attributes to both regular Sonic and Hedgehog Sonic. And I had grinded those levels that I had unlocked for Speedy Sonic so much and played through them so many times that I maxed out all the stats for regular Sonic and for the Hedgehog. And I've never beaten the game. I could just max that shit out. And I just can't bring myself to get through those Hedgehog levels to get the rest of those fucking medallions. So I just said, fuck the game. I don't even remember. I don't even know how it ends or any of that shit. I just know I really like the first handful of fast Sonic levels. Yeah, it's got a really nice cinematic when you boot it up too. That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, the SWAT bots were from the comics in Sad AM. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Sonic Advance 2. It's trash. It never should have been released. No, I'm just kidding. It's great. This is Pinnacle 2D Sonic. I almost might put it up here actually. Sonic Advance 2. Fuck. You know what? Yeah, I think I might actually put Advance 2 at my favorite. Advance 2 is so damn good. It does get really difficult near the end with a lot of bullshit pitfalls and stuff, but I'm half tempted to put it here, but I mean, I'll leave it in my favorites for a little while, see how I feel about it. Maybe I'll put it down in great, but Sonic Advance 2 is probably one of the best 2D Sonics to be released, in my opinion. It got like no recognition. The levels were cool. The music fucking slapped. It introduced Cream the Rabbit, which I thought was a really great design. Like, we already have way too many fucking Sonic characters, but at least Cream the Rabbit is like not trying to be super cool like Espio, Mighty, Knuckles. Just all these characters look so serious and trying to be more badass than the other one. Then you finally get one that's cute again. So it's like, you got Tails, Cream, you know, like, that's the only other tiny cute character, and she flies around, and, like, she has big floppy ears. Maybe it's just because I like rabbit characters. I don't know. You know, based on my OC. I don't know. But that was, like, the first time she was introduced. She can fly. I liked the way that Sonic Advance 2 at the start of stages, it has, like, a little starting grid where, like, you know, Sonic shakes off his hands and then goes into a running position. And then takes off, and then once you get to the end, you want to like immediately stop as soon as you can to get like a better score at the end, like how quickly you can stop at the goal. Yeah, it's just cool. Like, the levels have an amazing flow. They got that mechanic where you can like dash midair. It fucking slaps. I think it fucking slaps super hard. The GBA Sonic games were ignored in the 30th anniversary collection last year. Only Sonic games not visited musically. Sonic Advance games are underrated. Yeah, but to me, Sonic Advance games are a pretty mixed bag between 1, 2, and 3. 2 is the best out of all of them. I've heard a lot of people argue that 3 is the best, but I don't agree with that. Have we ever had a Sonic Advance collection? I don't think so, dude. I think they're seriously just, like, trapped on that hardware. Found the video from the Sonic Shorts that did a parody of Sonic Riders. Let me see this. Oh, I remember this. Man, what year did this come out? Oh, like if he just ran, he doesn't need his hover card. Yeah, I remember that. That shit was originally on Newgrounds, wasn't it? Oh, I haven't forgotten Cyber Beta. We're getting to that shit. I'm just tackling one thing at a time. Got Knack the Weasel. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I don't know if it belongs in my in the greats or not. I'm not sure if it's one of my favorites or one of the greats. I don't know. That's a tough one. Whatever. Fuck it. It's one of my. I'll say it's my favorites. I was singing its praises enough. Yeah, I'm gonna say it's one of my favorites. Yeah, Sonic Advance 2 is worth checking out. Y'all should definitely give that game a shot if you never played it. All right, here we go. Shadow the Hedgehog is a fucking bad game. I don't know, all these fucking meme lords, or if you grew up on the game because you were fucking 6 years old and playing it on GameCube, and you're like, wow, so much fun, and your dumbass kid brain got passed through all the weird, gimmicky, broken bullshit. I mean, that's awesome and all, but like, Shadow the Hedgehog sucks. That game sucks. That game is bad. Dude, I remember I played Shadow the Hedgehog because I just gotten out of the Marines and I'd gotten home and I got like a job at Blockbuster or something because I needed a job. And I checked out Shadow the Hedgehog because I didn't get a chance to play it because, you know, I was busy like doing stuff like when I was in the military and I didn't have a chance to like sit down. So I missed out on a lot of games. So once I got back out, I was like playing catch up on a bunch of stuff I missed, like Shadow of the Colossus and God of War and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, Shadow the Hedgehog. I mean, this is kind of cringe that Shadow's got a gun and it's trying so hard with the explosion behind him and stuff, but maybe it's actually good, you know, and this and that. So I remember I rented it for free, brought it home, played it, and I was playing this and I was like, this fucking sucks. This game is garbage. Like, I was playing it and it was just like, it's 3D, but it's like platform to platform, and around the platforms, like you're supposed to be like running through a city, but like you can fall off of these platforms and you're just surrounded by buildings. Like everything around you is just like a pitfall. So it's just like this lazy 3D world and like environment made on the most basic kind of engine to function. So it looked bad. It played fucking bad. The concept was dumb. Like you have a gun. Shadow is like on a fucking motorcycle and shooting stuff, and I just like, this shit is cringe. To me, it came off like shareholders are like, how can we make Sonic edgier?
Here I come, tougher than the rest of them. The best of them, tougher than leather. You can call me Knuckles. Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle. I'd rather flex my muscles. I'm hard as nails. It ain't hard to tell I break them down whether they're solid or frail. Unlike the rest.
Damn, get cut off. Get fucking parried, bitch. Thanks for the 100 bits. He's faster than a motorcycle and the bullets makes no fuck. It's just stupid. It's just so fucking stupid. And it's not even like I dislike Shadow the Hedgehog. Like the whole concept was dumb. I will give them some credit because like it still somewhat functions despite how bad it is, and they have that branching path system to add more value and this and that. So I don't think it's unplayable garbage, right? Like I don't think it needs to sit next to Sonic 06, but that is a dog shit game, and if you like it, you like a bad game, and that's okay. Like I know there's like some YouTubers and content creators that really have a nostalgic love for Shadow the Hedgehog, like they grew up on it, and that's totally fine, but that game's dog shit. Absolute fucking caca. Alright, what is this? Is this like a... I think this is like a phone game. Oh, Sonic Jump. This is the one where you use like the gyro motion inside your phone to like jump up. Right? I played it a little bit, but I don't know. Is this even worth really ranking? It's a fucking phone game. Who cares, right? Like, I feel like it's not even worth rating. It's just like it's like a gimmicky phone, like to pit a phone game next to full console releases when this is just supposed to be something for you to play while you take a shit just doesn't feel like it belongs in the same list. I'm not even gonna rate it. Hey, what's up, Mega Man? So far, you like this list? Good, man. I think I'm on a roll so far. Yeah, it's like Sonic Jump. You just jump on the springs to try to get to the top and whatever. Whatever. Who cares? I put that in. It's a mobile game category. Like, who gives a fuck? All right, here we go. Sonic Rush. Sonic Rush. Sonic Rush. Sonic Rush is pretty great. Sonic Rush is pretty good. Things I don't really care for. It's got like 3D models. It's like 2.5 graphics, and it was a game on the Nintendo DS. So it uses both screens when traveling around instead of one screen, which can be kind of annoying. Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, I don't remember it really disrupting my gameplay too much, but you'd run from one screen and then on the bottom screen, it would like use both, and you would like run down into the bottom screen and then run back up to the top screen. So the graphics weren't the best because they were trying to do 3D on a like 3D models and like 2.5 graphics, so I don't think they really stand the test of time like a 2D sprites would. But they played okay, and the 2D mechanics is kind of like a unique, different take on it. So I don't think it's bad, but I also don't think it's great gameplay wise. It's just unique, so it just kind of balances out between the two because it's kind of cool, but also kind of inconvenient. But the number one thing, like, aside from the gameplay being pretty solid, which is very simple, like Sonic Rush is very similar gameplay to like the Sonic Advance series in a lot of ways, but man, it's got Jet Set Radio fucking music. Holy shit. They got this. I'm pretty sure they got Hideki, like the same guy that did the Jet Set Radio soundtrack, to do the music for Sonic Rush, and it fucking slaps. So good. So you got a 2D game that's got decent gameplay, Jet Set Radio music. It introduced Blaze the Cat, which, I mean, to be honest, as far as like introducing a cat-like character into like the Sonic franchise, pretty unique cat design, you know? So I'd say it's great. I definitely say Sonic Rush is probably better than Sonic Advance and some of the other ones. I think it stands above the rest in presentation and gameplay. So I don't think it's one of my favorites because of those other things that I don't really like about it, but it's good, you know? It's definitely better than Yeah, the gameplay is not as good as Advanced. Still think the gameplay is better than Sonic Advance 1 and these other ones, so definitely wouldn't say it's or bad. Alright.
Sonic Rush was the first time I searched up Blaze the Cat on Google and immediately regretted, but I loved and 100% this game.
Oh god, you poor child. Yeah, I think this is pretty fair so far. I feel pretty good about this. So yeah, not rating Jump. Sonic and the Secret Rings. Try not to be too surprised about this one. Now here's the real question. How bad is Sonic and the Secret Rings? I'm just going to say it's bad. Sonic and the Secret Rings is bad. Like, it used gimmicky motion controls and it sucks. But it's not Sonic 06 bad. It's gimmicky and shitty. And I remember when the Wii was new and I checked it out from Blockbuster and I was playing it and I was like, this fucking sucks. The motion controls didn't respond properly. I'm sitting here with these, like, even then the controls are super simple and the gameplay is super simple, but you're forced to use these motion controls that were so unresponsive. And they just didn't fucking work. And I was like, dude, if your game is going to be this simple, but you're going to give me this unresponsive control, you might as well just put everything on a fucking D-pad. Like, if I want to run forward, just let me hold up on a D-pad and then use left and right to fucking control them. Because this motion control shit ain't fucking working. It was garbage. It was not good. It was crap. Maybe if you emulate it and like make better controls for it on like modern emulation and hardware, maybe it's not as shitty, but that is a bad game. That game sucks big fat balls. It has dedicated fan base. Look, any Sonic game is going to have a dedicated fan base. Check this out. I can come over here, and I bet you there's a dedicated fan base for fucking Sonic Schoolhouse. There's some fucking hipster out there with no social skills that eats, breathes, and shits Sonic, and they're just like, oh man, I fucking love Sonic Schoolhouse and Sonic X Leapster. That's my fucking shit. Like, dude, shut the fuck up. That shit is cringe. Remember when Aaron from Game Grumps lost his mind on Sonic and the Secret Rings? Yeah! I do. That shit's funny. That's the best thing you can say about these shitty Sonic games, is that they're really funny to watch somebody else play because they're so bad. It's a lot of Sonic games. Yeah, that's why I'm doing this one. This one's like a simpler one. But there's a lot of things that are missing from this one that are on this one. But holy shit, I don't want to... Like, they put like the same game on here like 3 times. Like, there's not a difference between Sonic 3, Japanese, Europe, and North America for the most part. So it's like, it's just weird. Some of these I don't even know what the fuck they are. They just like any Sonic cover ever, and like there's weird Japanese shit. Like here's the Japanese version of Sonic Advance 1 or something. Like what the fuck? You know, it's just too much. I like the simplicity of this one, but I'll come over here to like cherry pick other things I actually would want to rate or rank that aren't over here. Oh yeah, Sonic Chronicles. Okay, so Sonic Chronicles is a fucking bad game. Like, that's not a joke. Sonic Chronicles is... So it's an RPG, right? And, like, first off, right off the bat, I just want to say, taking a character who's known for his speed and, like, platforming and all that, you're gonna put him in a game genre that's like turn-based, like a turn-based RPG. That sucks. Like, right off the bat. So first, you're alienating a lot of your fan base that likes Sonic for his speed and giving him like a genre that's just like super slow paced. Secondly, even if you are into RPGs, Sonic Chronicles is not a good RPG. It's not good. It doesn't have a good story. It's very slow paced. It's grindy. It's like the worst elements of an RPG, so it's not good. Like, it still can kind of like it functions as a game, but it's not a good one. And I have a friend of mine, Zoniku, who's the biggest Sonic fan that I know, and he plays all of the Sonic games, and he played that one. And I remember when even when it was new, and even later on, he was just like, "Yeah, I played it," but he's like, it's not good, and he'll play fucking anything. It's like he fucking hated the RPG, and I actually thought about trying it just because I was like, maybe I can just get into turn-based RPGs, you know, like Sonic. Maybe I tried. It sucks. It's not fun. It's garbage. Not a good game. Yeah, it's like Sonic in name only. Okay, I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is like a mobile game or something. If it's a mobile game, I'm not gonna rank it. I'm gonna put it with Sonic Jump because mobile. I can make a mobile game category. It's like mobile game. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, maybe I'll just do that. Hang on. Add row. Fucking. Whoops. There you go. Come down here. Like, who cares? There we go. Oh, you can't even read that one. Okay, there you go. Mobile. I think these are both mobile games. Fuck them. Chemical Plant Zone is like, if not the best Sonic song ever. It's up there. It's one of the best. I love Chemical Plant Zone. Looks like Sonic Dash. Okay, yeah. I mean, those function for mobile games, but like to compare them to these other ones, they're mobile games. You're supposed to be playing them while you take a fucking dump. Like, who gives a shit? Like, you're supposed to be playing them while you're on the bus waiting to get to your destination or something. You emulated Chronicles and immediately deleted it 10 minutes later. Sonic Dash 2, the same, but more boring. Alright, anyway, moving on. Sonic Boom! Wow, who would have thought I was going to put Sonic Boom in the trash? Never should have been a release category. Crazy. The only real debate to be had here isn't that I put Sonic Boom in trash tier. The real debate is which one's worse between 06 and Sonic Boom, because I've heard more people say that Boom is worse than 06. I don't know if it's that bad. I still think Sonic 06 is way worse than Boom. But, like, they're both absolute unfinished dog shit that I can't believe they charge money for. These two games are such fucking blasphemy that I feel like Sega should have been sued for releasing an unfinished product. By selling Sonic 06 and Sonic Boom for full retail price, being as unfinished as they are, it's sort of like going to a car lot and buying a car that's got no fucking wheels. Like, or maybe a better example would be no fucking engine. Like, it's just like huge portions of the thing that you paid for aren't there and not working. I feel like tires might be the best analogy because they're not going anywhere and you could fix it, but you know. Yeah, they're both awful. At least 06 was funny to you. Grumps never finished their playthrough of 06? I thought they did. Oh, well, they finished I think they finished Sonic's story, but I think after that they stopped. Admittedly, Sonic Boom the cartoon was pretty damn funny. It's just really sad that it was like Sonic Boom the cartoon was tainted by how bad the game was, because I felt the same way, because I don't even like those new redesigns. I hate what they did to Knuckles. They made him a big dumb idiot like they did to Raphael and the Ninja Turtles. Sonic's like 10 foot tall now. He's got lanky legs. He's got a scarf for some fucking Uncharted reason. And just, I don't know, it's so stupid. Like, I didn't like the designs to begin with, but I could have been sold. You know, kind of like Rise of TMNT sold me on their redesigns, because I was not a fan of those redesigns either until, like, I actually saw the show. But, yeah, Sonic Boom is bad. Cartoon's pretty funny, though. It's trash and broken and doesn't work. Aaron refuses to go back and finish it with Dan. Honestly, I would refuse. Honestly, if I was Aaron, I would do the same thing for a lot of reasons. One, That was a playthrough with him and John. To bring in Dan in the middle of it just doesn't feel right. You know? If anything, I think if they were gonna do something with it, I think this, like, a really cool idea would be if one day Aaron and JonTron got back together, you know, and they just were both in the mood to do it, and they knew people would be entertained by it, as if they got back together and then finished their playthrough, like, years later, right? Like, 10, 15, 20 years later, Aaron and John get back together and make this big fucking pact to actually finish Sonic 06. I mean, that would be a pretty big deal, I think, because that's, like, honestly, I'm pretty sure Sonic 06 is, like, their biggest, like, or at least one of their biggest playthroughs, like, most watched, right? That shit is iconic. That shit is so fucking funny. There's so many, like, iconic moments in their playthrough of that. I think that book should stay closed. The Rise of Lyric. Alright, I don't know what this is. It just says Knuckles. It's got a Genesis thing on it. Oh, is this Sonic and Knuckles? But it's like the European or Japanese box art? Is that why I don't recognize it? Yeah, we have Sonic 3 here. I think it's Sonic and Knuckles. Right? It's just Knuckles. Yeah, I don't see Sonic and Knuckles anywhere else, so I'm gonna assume this is like Japanese box art, so. I think Sonic and Knuckles is great. Honestly, like, if I was being like really objective about this, I would put Sonic and Knuckles up here at the top, but my favorites are literally my favorites. And I love Sonic and Knuckles, but I don't love Sonic and Knuckles as much as I love, like, these ones up here, I think. Like, I don't know. I could put it up here, and I still think it's fucking fantastic. Like, honestly, I could put it up here, and I would still feel like that's fine. But it's not quite in the category that I like the other ones. I think it's deserving to be in my favorites, but if I was being subjective about my personal stuff, I put Sonic and Knuckles in the great category. Also, the other thing to account for is that if I'm putting Sonic and Knuckles, it's literally just Sonic and Knuckles, right? It's not Sonic and Knuckles with Sonic 3. Sonic and 3 and Knuckles together as one piece, I would put at the top here. So if it was connected to Sonic 3, I think that would deserve to be up here in my favorites. But it's just Sonic and Knuckles, right? I feel like I gotta take it by itself. That is Sonic 3 and Knuckles? Then what the fuck is just Sonic 3? There's no Sonic and Knuckles by itself. I'm gonna assume this is just Sonic and Knuckles, right? I don't know if this is supposed to be both of them or whatever. I kind of wish I just had this box art right here. Why is it not this? This iconic logo. I actually want to get this tattooed on me at some point. This fucking logo is incredible. One of the greatest logos ever made. Yeah, I'll put it here. Yeah, Sonic and Knuckles is great. Could be one of my favorites easily as well, but I think I'm gonna put it there. Alright, here we go. Sonic the Hedgehog 4. Yeah, Sonic the Hedgehog 4 is bad. It's bad. As somebody that actually 100%ed Sonic 4, it's pretty bad.
Fucking whack tier.
Yeah, whack tier. Oh, man. Do you guys remember the trailer for this when it was announced? Hold the fuck on. Let me show you this. Look, this is it. This is it. Announcement trailer. All right, look at this shit. This is so funny, dude. This shit is so funny. So what year was this? When did this come out? Was it 2010? So like fucking near 13 years ago. 13 years ago, right? And this was the trailer. I remember just being like, what?
E3.
Look at that. Sonic 1 looks great. Sonic 2, they accidentally used the same sprite. Sonic 3, awesome. Man, this looks even better. And what the fuck? What the fuck is that? They really thought they had something, dude, with the fucking music buildup. They were like, oh yeah, you ready? Cause this ain't your dad's Sonic. Like, how did they went from Sonic the Hedgehog 1 sprite. It looks so fucking amazing, right? Like, oh man, that still looks really cool. And they're like, okay, here's Sonic 2. They accidentally used the same sprite. They didn't actually use the Sonic 2 sprite. And even then, for the running animation, they have some weird fan-made running animation. This is not the original sprite. They couldn't even be bothered to get the actual original sprite for Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Like, look at his little swirly legs. This was a fan running sprite or some shit that was like on DeviantArt or some other fucking garbage. That's like not the actual sprite. But it still looks good. It still looks great. And they're like, bam, now we're Sonic 3. Look, everything's all cleaned up. You got like a pixel to show a little highlight, little light highlight here. Everything's got like depth. Oh man, everything looks so cool. And then there's like, yeah, well, this ain't your fucking daddy, Sonic. Fucking get ready and fucking hold on to your nutsack because we're about to blow your fucking testicles off. And then goes this shit. It's the fucking movie build. It's like, da 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 da. It's like, how do you go from this beautifully like drawn like sprite animation? It looks so fucking cool, and then he jumps into the ugliest 2.5 3D graphics. Look, he's just jogging like he's got a shit now. Like, looks like fucking garbage. He's like not like he's running at fucking lightning speed over here. It's like, and then he just fucking is like, oh wait, hold on. Oh god, I gotta take a shit. Oh fuck. And this fucking build up, like, oh yeah. It's like, this looks fucking bad. And you know what the real kick in the dick was? I was alone. When this trailer dropped, I remember all over Facebook and all that shit. I saw so many of my fucking casual friends, and it was like, dude, this looks sick.
This looks like the creators of Default Dan made this.
It's so shitty. And everyone was like, oh man, I'm so hyped. And then, my friends would talk to me like, they're like, man, are you excited for Sonic 4? Because I was a big Sonic fan. I was like, nah, not really. I mean, I hope it's good, but I don't think it looks great. And they're like, dude, what are you talking about? Have you seen the trailer? And I'm like, yeah, I saw it. It's fucking, that's, whatever. And it's like, I think maybe it's because they don't see what I see. They just, they don't have like a critical eye for that sort of shit. They just get caught up in the trailer's hype.
Sonic 4 is so ugly. Stiff and animation looks unfinished.
Ugh, yeah, I mean, it's bad. It sucks. Look at that. They really thought they had some cool shit going here. They had the audacity to call this shit 4. Like, this is a continuation. You thought Sonic 3 and Knuckles was fucking epic? Hold on to your fucking balls, bitch, because here comes Sonic 4 Episode 1. That was the other thing, too. They were gonna, make 3 episodes or something. like episodic Sonic 4 Part 1, 2, and 3, but it was so shitty that they only got down to making like a second episode or something. But goddamn, man, that was so laughably bad. Goddamn. And I was really upset with like how everybody thought I was just being like an elitist, like overly critical gamer at the time, you know? Really, it was just that everybody around me had no sense of taste or understanding about why it was shitty. They just thought I was being like old guard, where I'm like, I just like the old stuff. So when like all my friends were like, dude, Sonic 4 looks so fucking sick. How are you not stoked? And I'm like, because it looks worse. Like, but there's this weird normie mindset that comes to that comes up when it comes to like 2D and like 3D animations, right? Like I remember I was at a fighting game tournament at a anime convention, and I think the newest graphics at the time were like, I think it was PlayStation 2. I think that was like the newest console. We had like Dreamcast and I think PS2. And I remember talking to one of the tournament organizers there, and we were having a conversation about fighting games, and we were playing Guilty Gear. I think it was Guilty Gear X or maybe XX, and it was like a tournament for that. And there was like other 2D games, you know, like Third Strike and like Marvel 2 and shit like that. And I was talking to him about fighting games, and he was like, yeah, to be honest, dude, I think we got to let these 2D games go. Technology and graphics have come so far that 2D is just outdated and ugly looking. And he was just like, look at Dead or Alive 2. Dead or Alive 2 looks so fucking good. And I mean, look at those 3D graphics. We don't need 2D games anymore because 3D is, you know, so much better and realistic. We have fighting games that look so realistic now. We don't need 2D games anymore. I think he implied something along the lines that they were more childish because they're like cartoons or something like that along those lines. But I just remember thinking, I was like, what the fuck? And to be fair, I think Dead or Alive 2 Hardcore on PS2 probably did. I mean, it still does look pretty damn good, especially for a PS2 game, but that was like pinnacle for like 3D graphics, just for like appearances, like presentation wise, like how it looked. But I mean, if you go back now, like they don't hold up as much.
My brother in Christ, Halo 1 looks like paper crafts nowadays.
That's what I'm saying, dude. And it's just, there's this weird dated idea. It's sort of like that old review we saw with Tommy, and he was talking shit about Capcom versus SNK 2, saying they just reuse the same sprites, and we have 3D graphics now, so it's time to let go of this 2D stuff. There's something about in a lot of casual gamers and normies in general that perceive 2D games to be outdated, when really it's like the games that are going to be outdated are going to be 3D ones. Like, always. 2D games will stand the test of time, like whether they're sprites or hand-drawn, because they'll, like, it's sort of like 2D animations, right? Like, there's 2D animated films from the fucking, like, from what, like the 40s and 60s and shit, like Looney Tunes and fucking black and white cartoons, and they still hold up. You go back and watch them, or old Disney movies, and they're timeless, right? You know what movies don't fucking hold up? 3D ones, right? And you might be like, no, we still go back and watch like Toy Story and Monsters Inc. But I mean, aside from like the big ones, right? Like, which ones do you still go back and watch and still hold up? Like, 3D always looks dated, even especially the ones that are trying to be hyper realistic and aren't like cartoony looking. Like, yeah, like Toy Story, even like Toy Story and those other ones, a lot of those don't look as good now. If you watch them now, they still hold up, right? I'm not saying that they look bad, but they don't look as good as they did at the time. But if especially if you're trying to, but like they're cartoony, so they can kind of get by. But like Final Fantasy Advent Children, dude, you can see like the jaggies from the anti-aliasing sort of shit going on with their hair because they're trying to be hyper realistic. Or even some of the cartoony ones like Monster House or whatever. A lot of those 3D films like don't stand the test of time, and it's the same thing for video games. Like, video games over time, Like if they're going for a realism look, they just don't fucking hold up. Like that's just the way it is. Like you can go back and play them and they can still be charming with their low poly graphics, but if they're trying to look like serious, it doesn't look good.
For example, Cliff, are you gonna want the 2D Lion King or the live action Lion King?
Yeah, that's a pretty good example too, right? Yeah. You know? And like they can still hold up in other aspects, but if you were going based on visuals alone, they're just not like gonna look great. So the idea that I don't know where like a lot of casual people get that idea where it's like, oh, it's 3D, so this is better because it's the future. We can let go of 2D animation now. It's like that's essentially what Sonic 4 is. And I was surrounded by all my normie friends being like, dude, Sonic 4 is gonna be good, and you're just being like elitist. And I'm like, no, dude, I just like I'm down with 3D games too. I just like Sonic 4 looks bad. It just like I thought it was taking crazy pills. How do you see the trailer for Sonic 4 and watch them literally hold up the old sprites from like Sonic 1 and 3 running along and looking incredible, and then go to this fucking jogging Sonic's got to take a dump animation of him like on this 2.5 graphics, and just because you slap some fucking movie music, like movie trailer music over it, you think it's supposed to be epic. Like I just didn't fucking see it. So that's why nobody fucking plays it. That's why it's bad. The physics are meh. It functions, but it's not very responsive. There's a reason nobody fucking goes back and plays it. Sonic 4 is fucking poo-poo. It's poo-poo, but it functions, and it belongs right there in the bad category. And a lot of people even fucking forget it exists, and it's supposed to be Sonic goddamn 4. It's supposed to be up there with the fucking trilogy, and it can't even be remembered. It can't even be bothered to be remembered. It's so shitty. Oh shit, what up, Tim? Oh, it was always ugly. Yeah, dude, I was showing the trailer on stream. It's fucking hilarious. It's so fucking hilarious. Forces should be lower. Nah, because Forces, I mean, as bad as it is, it's still better than 06 and Sonic Boom. Sonic Forces sucks, but it's not 06 and Boom bad. It's pretty shitty though. Sonic 4 wasn't meant to be Sonic 4. I think even if they called Sonic 4 something else, I'd probably still say it's bad. Honestly. Just for the way it controlled and looked, and it wasn't, and even the music was meh. All of it felt like off. It felt like off-brand. If like if the original Sonic trilogy is like main brand like Coca-Cola, Sonic 4 is like RC Cola. Or if like the original Sonic trilogy is like name brand cereal like Fruit Loops, then Sonic 4 is like that off-brand shit. What's it called? Like Fruity Loops. Not Fruit Loops, Fruity Loops. Totally different. Doesn't even come in a box, comes in a bag. Dimps wanted to make a Sonic mobile game, and Sega took the game and slapped Sonic 4 in it. It was revealed during data mining. Yeah, and I was kind of thinking, that's funny that you mentioned that it was supposed to be a Sonic mobile game, because looking at it, you think this would have been a mobile game. But even as a mobile game, I would still say this isn't fun. If anything, I'd probably say it's worse, because then you have to deal with mobile controls. Probably have to use the touch screen on your phone, maybe tilt controls or some annoying shit like that. At least I'm using a fucking controller on Sonic 4 on a console. Fuck trying to use my phone. That would be even shittier. And if you called it something else, I don't think it would change anything. The audacity that Sonic 4 has to slap the 4 on it is, not better. But you could have called it Sonic, I don't know, Sonic Who Gives a Shit, the Hedgehog. I still wouldn't have changed how I felt about it, I think. The main reason I actually 100%ed Sonic the Hedgehog 4 on Xbox 360 was because that's how you unlocked your this full-on Sonic the Hedgehog avatar outfit that makes you actually look like Sonic. And I was like, dude, I gotta unlock this Sonic the Hedgehog avatar and Sonic the Hedgehog Chaos Emerald animation. So I busted ass to 100% that game just so I could get the dumb costume. And then later on they sold that same costume you could earn in the game for like $5.
I remember Sonic 4 releasing on Android. It was still bad.
Right, yeah, it did come out on mobile as well. I forgot about that, yeah. Shadow should be higher? No, Tim. You just need better taste. I'm sorry, man. You might have COVID because I think you don't have any taste. Haha! I got him. Get fucked. Sonic CD was 4. No, that's not really possible because Sonic CD took place between Sonic 1 and 2. And was also in development at the same time Sonic 2 was. So that doesn't really make a lot of sense. This list is great. Bad. Yeah, and it is just sort of like, it's fine. But it's not bad or great, right? Yeah, fucking Walmart soda. Exactly. What is Sonic R? Fire OST? Oh, yeah, you just wait. Don't worry. We'll get to Sonic R. This is good. I'm actually super excited that Sonic R is the last game because this is going to be a conversation. I can't wait. I can't wait to have this convo with the chat. This is going to be so good. Yeah, it's at the very end. All right, here we go. Sonic All-Stars Racing. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing as a kart racer. Fucking awesome. That game kicks so much ass. I know it's not Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed, right? Like, that game is fucking great. That is an exemplar. It's like one of the best kart racers to come out. It's so fucking good. In a lot of ways, I almost prefer it more than Transformed in some ways. Like, that is a good game. The levels were cool. The playable characters were good. The kart racing was really responsive. I actually think Sega All-Stars Racing is better than Mario Kart in a lot of ways. Like, it's super solid. That is I don't even know what else to tell you. Like, it's just an amazing kart racing game. The levels are cool. There's all this amazing use of Sega's IPs in not only the characters you play, but the levels around you and the moves. They had those all-star moves and like oh, it was great. It was just super good. Like, it was simplistic, but the online worked, and there's nothing bad about it. It's great. It's fucking amazing. Why does Sonic need a car? I mean, he doesn't, but why? But, you know, like, if you're the fastest thing alive, you want to make it interesting for everybody else, right? You know, he doesn't need a car, but they do tend to put him in a lot of cars, like even in Sonic Drift, the Game Gear game. Oh, wait, my music stopped. Sorry. I forgot to turn the music back on. I don't see Sonic the Fighters. It's over here. There you go. See, we got Sonic Rivals 1 and 2. We got Sonic 3D Blast. Is 3D Blast even over here? Yeah, I got this other list over here because there's a few that are missing here. So I'm going to cherry pick on this one. We also have like Sonic Shuffle. There's like a few things missing, but don't worry. I'll go over here and I'll pick out the ones that are missing. Sonic can't pick bitches up on foot. Yeah, it's like that song Scrubs, right? I don't want no scrubs. What is it? Like riding, like you don't have a car, but you're riding with your friend's car, whatever the fuck is. I forgot the lyrics. But live at home with your mama. Yeah, when you need to nerf yourself, just make sure everybody around you is having fun. Yeah, exactly. Surprised the Tiger handhelds aren't in this giant vomit list. Dude, for real, yeah, there's like so much unnecessary garbage, which is why I used this one instead. There's so much unnecessary shit over here, like It's annoying. I wish Sonic 3D Blast was on here. And there's the Sega Saturn version and the Genesis version. They're very different games, in my opinion. Alright, here we go. You ready for the next one? This is Sonic the Hedgehog, the original, the first Sonic the Hedgehog. And it is... It's not bad. It's not great. It's just It's got some classic music. Green Hill is really fun, but right after the Green Hill level, it's this really tedious, patient platforming. There's still some cool moments like on Marble Zone when you're being chased by the lava. Oh man, when I was a kid, I thought that was the coolest shit, being chased by the lava. I remember freaking out. I was like, oh my god, and there's this like lava following you. There's some cool shit. Starlight Zone is beautiful. The bosses are challenging, but not too crazy, but there's also some bullshit pitfalls, like in Scrap Brain Zone. Yeah, it's just, there's some bad things about it, but there's also some great things, and it's also the first one, so I think is good. You know, most people don't go back and play the first game anymore, and there's a reason for that, but certainly not bad. I think is a good place to put it. I feel really confident about that. You're going to start pointing out obscure Sonic shit. Yeah, Tim's going to come out here and like flex his obscure knowledge. Like, hey, you guys remember Sonic Waku Waku Patrol? Oh, yeah, it's right here. Oh. You guys remember Sonic X on Leapster? Yeah, it's right here. What about Sonic School? Yeah, it's right here. Sonic Fishing? Yeah, bitch, it's right here. Yeah. Day ruined. Alright, here we go. Next game. Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed is the best kart racing game ever made. I don't give a fuck. You're really like, oh man, but Mario Kart. Oh, dude, Double Dash, Mario Kart 64, or whatever. Dude. Have you played it? Like, no, but really, did you play it though? Like, did you really play it? Not try it. Like, did you play it? Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed is like an adult kart racing game. That game is so fucking brutal. Even normal difficulty is like, you better fucking bring your big boy pants, because they will fucking, that game will kick your ass. Even to unlock all the characters, you have to go through all of the challenges, and you can't even choose normal. You have to choose like expert from the beginning to be able to unlock enough points and unlock all the characters, like ages. It makes you where you can drive the Hornet car, and it also changes into like the Harrier jet and stuff, and it transforms. Like the tracks actually morph. So it's like you'll be driving in a car, and then you'll like go through this section of the track, and the next thing you know, you're in a plane, and your cart transforms into a plane, and you got like a plane. You got these flying physics and engine, and then there's parts where you transform again, and you're in a boat, and all the physics for all three of them work extremely well, and they feel good. Each one feels different to actually drive on. And the unique transformations, like it's super solid, and the characters are cool. Like there's Beat from Jet Set Radio. They got the dude from Shinobi. I mean, it just, the list goes on and on. And that is one of the best kart racers game ever made. Ever. It is fucking hard as shit, but it's so cool. They have a Burning Rangers stage from Sega Saturn. Dude, like thumbs up for even remembering that Burning Rangers exists. Like, oh, and the soundtrack. Don't even fucking get me started on the soundtrack. You want to talk about like all these game soundtracks? Like a lot of people are mentioning music for a lot of these games, right? Like 06, you know, dude, some of the fucking nostalgic remixes they put in this game are some of the best I've ever heard. There's like a Panzer Dragoon remix on there that slaps so fucking hard. Oh, it's the best. It's so fucking good. And it's on Steam too. Like if you haven't played it and you're like curious, dude, that game goes on sale for like $5 all the time. Like, I'll buy it for people too. If I find out like a friend of mine is like interested in that game, they don't already own it, dude. If I see it on sale, I'll buy it and I send it to them. Namely because I want more people to race too. Like, the online's not as reliable these days to like find people to race because, you know, it's been out for like fucking 13 years, but oh man, it's good. I could sing this game's praises up and down. Oh yeah, and the DLC that came out for it, you can play as like Metal Sonic on like an Outrun themed stage with like Splash Zone. Or was it Splash Zone? No, Splash Wave. Yeah, the Splash Wave music. Oh yeah, Skies of Arcadia. You can play as one of the Skies of Arcadia characters, and there's a Skies of Arcadia level. Oh man, what a beautiful like love letter to Sega IPs. Anyway, I can gush about this game fucking all day. It deserves to be up there. It's one of my favorites. Oh hey, it's Speed Highway. That's pretty cool. They even had Team Fortress and Wreck-It Ralph. Oh yeah, Wreck-It Ralph, dude. I forgot he was on there. And Danica Patrick. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Wreck-It Ralph. Oh, what a culmination of a bunch of amazing things. Oh, I love that game. I'm smiling so big right now. God, I love Transform. Yeah, and the rubber banding actually isn't that bad. Like, honestly, if you're getting your ass kicked and Transformed, it's just because the AI knows how to do shortcuts. That game will fuck you up.
The rubber banding isn't that bad in Sonic Transform.
It's not. It's like they don't rubber band. They just beat you. I don't even know if there is rubber banding in that game. I think it's just either you're barely getting first or you're getting bodied hard. But yeah, man, I can sing this game's praises all day, dude. Transform is great. Please buy it if you already don't own it. Check it out. It's so good. Yo, we need to play it. Dude, I'm totally down. I've actually done streams where I play Transformed and try to play with the chat like once or twice, but usually not enough people own it for me to get like a lobby going. But dude, if I can orchestrate enough people that own Transformed on Steam, we could totally do a fucking Transformed stream day. Get some lobbies and races going. I'd have to shake off the rust too. It's been a while. You just reinstalled it on Steam? Hell yeah. You're gonna buy it? Oh, hell yeah. I can't believe I'm actually selling some people on this game. It's gonna be fucking tight. I mean, I'm not kidding, dude. I really believe this is the greatest kart racing game ever made. And, like, I've played a lot of them. And that's not a disrespect to, like, Mario Kart. Like, I love Mario Kart. Just as much as the next guy, if not more. But Transformed is Transformed, man. I don't know what to tell you. That being said, that other Sonic racing game that came out, what was it, Team Sonic Racing? That game sucked. It's so mediocre, it's bad. Like, I own a copy of it from, like, a Humble Bundle or something, and I was trying to play it on Steam, and holy shit, I'm just winning races and falling asleep. It's bland as fuck. Like, it's funny because Team Sonic Racing uses the same engine as Transformed, except for it's literally just Sonic characters. And aside from like 3 Sonic characters, you don't really want to play anybody else. It doesn't have any of the beautiful other Sega IPs turned into cool racing levels. It doesn't have any of the other Sonic IPs as characters to pick. It doesn't have the vehicles transform from boats to planes or any of that shit. It took Transform's engine and tried to resell you the same game, but with literally like 1/10 of the content. It sucks. Team Sonic is trash. That game is fucking functional, boring mediocrity. Racing tier list? I've thought about it. I mean, I did do a racing game video on YouTube like years ago, but I excluded kart racers because I feel like kart racing games are their own genre. All right, anyway, moving on. Sonic Generations. This is a tough one. I think Sonic Generations is eh. I think when Sonic Generations first came out, I was absolutely in love with it because I was so starved for another 2D Sonic. And the physics, even though the physics weren't 100% accurate to like classic Sonic, it was close enough to where I enjoyed it. I loved the remixes, like the music remixes, revisiting old stages. Even the modern Sonic stages were functional and they were fine, but there was definitely aspects of it that were kind of a grind and not as fun. I could easily see me putting it in the great category because it does hold up in a lot of ways, but there's been a handful of times that I've gone back to play Sonic Generations, like on Steam, and I kind of lose interest within like 30 minutes to an hour. You know, like I haven't, like I unlocked like Supersonic and I did everything that I think I could on the 360 version when it came out and it was new. But then when I got it on Steam, I'm trying to replay it. I'm like, oh, this classic Sonic isn't as responsive as I remember, and it feels like kind of a grind to do all these challenges just to unlock stuff to progress. And I wanted to unlock like Supersonic again and all this other stuff. I mean, I could put it in great. Like I could probably be convinced, but I really feel like Generations belongs in eh. You know, I just think it's okay. The remixes are great. It functions fine enough, but I just don't think it belongs with the greats. It's good. I just think it's good. Wow, that sucks. I didn't know that, Carlos. Sumo Digital wanted to make a proper threequel, but Sega blocked their ass and made them do Team Sonic Racing. Fucking ouch. That's rough. I did not know that. Wow. That's pretty shitty, Carlos. Thanks for telling me that. I had no clue that was a thing. Generations is a nostalgic trip, which is fine. But as far as standing up on its own 2 feet, I don't know. It's fine. It's fine. Like I said, I could easily put it in great, but I just don't think it belongs there. I don't know, maybe. It's real 50-50. It should have brought in classic Sonic voice by Urkel. Ugh, God, no. I don't know why everybody loves fucking Urkel as the voice of Sonic just because he did the fucking cartoons. Even when I was a kid watching the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons, hearing like Urkel's voice, like, it's like the most obnoxious voice in the world. How do you find that acceptable? Oh my God, shut the fuck up, Sonic. I liked it better when you were mute. Oh my God. Why does nobody do that for fucking Link when Zelda had a cartoon? They're like, okay, we have a mute video game protagonist. You know what we're going to do? We're going to fuck it up by giving him, what's his name? Scott McNeil or whatever. What was his name? He's like, I'm waiting. Just that fucking, well, excuse me, Prince. That shit. How? How do you find that acceptable? It's terrible. It sucks. It's laughably bad. Yeah, at least enjoy the soundtrack. I mean, it was fine. It didn't really stand out to me. Team Sonic Racing, the most you could get out of me is mediocrity, but it's so mediocre it's bad. I lost my mind, kart racers being different than regular racing games. I mean different in the sense that they're their own genre, right? I just feel like they're different because I wanted to do a top 10 racing games video on YouTube, but I didn't want it to be filled with kart racers. I didn't want to be like, oh yeah, here's here's like Mario Kart 64 and here's Double Dash and here's Team Sonic. I wanted it to be like there's enough racing games out there that aren't kart racers that I feel could make a whole list. So that's why I excluded them from the top 10 racing games video I made on YouTube. You can make your own list with kart racers, that's why. No, I get it, and I know Urkel's the first English Sonic, but that doesn't... I mean, fucking the voice of Link was... What's his name? That was super annoying, but we don't consider him to be, like, the staple or give it all this weird... Like, oh, hey, he set the precedent for Link's voice. So that's what Link has to sound like now. No? You know, sometimes just let that shit go. You like douchebag Link? Yeah, you like him as the memes. Could you imagine if you were playing Breath of the Wild and he was just like, just like the whole time? That would be fucking awful. You'd hate it. Oh, right, yeah, Phillips. I'll get my stuff. I wonder what Ganon's up to. Urkel voice is not as bad as English OVA. You take that shit back right now. Get back here, Tim. I'm not finished with you. Sonic OVA. I like his voice. It was kind of weird at first, but I like that voice. How do you like Urkel more than the fucking Sonic OVA voice actor? What? What's wrong with you? What the hell is wrong with you? Someone needs to make a Breath of the Wild mod where it's just the entire time you're swinging your sword or attacking enemies, and it's just like, excuse me. You kill me. Good. All right, moving on. Sorry. So yeah, Sonic Generations is eh. That doesn't mean it's bad. That doesn't mean it's good. I feel like it's got some good things and some shortcomings. I think that's fair. Moving on. Sonic Spinball. I don't want to do it, but Sonic Spinball belongs in bad. I got a soft spot for Sonic Spinball. I do. And there's some things I like about it, but I gotta look at the whole package, and I gotta admit Sonic Spinball's bad. And I definitely like it probably more than most people do. Sonic Spinball is bad for a couple reasons. One, as a pinball game, the physics not great. The physics are for a pinball game are very like not consistent. Even giving you like some control, like the control you do have is solid enough, but it's not good enough to be like a pinball game on its own. So what you have is like a platformer somewhat disguised as a pinball game. So when you're trying to like traverse and go up this level with all of its weird gimmicky puzzle aspects to get to the top, and it can be kind of annoying, and the physics aren't consistent a lot of the time, and it just becomes really frustrating. But it's still fine, right? Like I still enjoy it for the concept that it is. It's a pretty unique concept, so you also have to give it points for originality because it's a pinball platformer, which is pretty cool, right? Like, that's pretty unique. There's not really another game like that I can think of, even though it's not done the best. And also, like, aside from Toxic Caves, like the first level's music, which, like, Toxic Caves actually slaps. I didn't realize until much later that Toxic Caves is, like, such an amazing banger. But after Toxic Caves, all the music sucks. Like, it's this industrial, shitty fart techno that doesn't sound good. And there's only so many levels, and the only way they extend the gameplay life is by making, like, the next 3 levels fucking bullshit hard, so you can't fucking get anywhere. And the other thing is that you just have to admit to yourself that Sonic Spinball was meant to be a Christmas cash grab for a Sonic game, because they didn't want to miss out on Sonic game holiday sales. They wanted the holiday sales, so Sonic Spinball was literally shit out for Christmas. But it's bad. I mean, I could put it in like I was really close, but I just have to admit, once you get past the first level, right, like, it sucks. It's not fun, right? Like, I put Sonic 1 in the category, because after Green Hill Zone and, like, being chased by the lava in the first level, a lot of the other levels are super tedious. And, like, it's more of a platformer than, like, an actual Sonic game. He was still kind of, like, coming into his own. There's a reason people to go back and play it. And Spinball's, like, the same thing. I enjoy Spinball's first level because I played it enough, but after Spinball, dude, after the first level, Toxic Caves in Spinball, you get to, like, past the bonus stages and the next couple of levels. It doesn't look good. The music sucks. It's not really fun to play. It's kind of annoying because of how cryptic and obscure some of the puzzles are to get through it. And so Toxic Caves, pretty cool, but the rest of, like, the game is a whole shit. You just gotta give it up, you know. You gotta be honest with yourself. You got a soft spot for Sonic Spinball because it's fucking good. Because the physics aren't for pinball; it's for Hedgehog. Yeah, it's a platformer pinball game. It's pretty unique. I mean, you could convince me to put it in if it really breaks your heart.
Banger alert.
Oh, Kirby's Pinball. I forgot about that. Hedgehog would die with it hit him. Considering Sonic regularly throws his body against robots. I mean, it also makes sense, right? But here's the thing. The casino levels, like in Sonic the Hedgehog 2, those function better as a pinball game than actual Sonic Spinball. You'll admit that, right? Like, even if you think that Sonic Spinball belongs in a category, you have an entire game's physics engine revolving around the pinball platformer aspects, and your physics are being outdone by Sonic Adventure 2 Casino Zone. That's pretty shitty, right? They did a studio version of Toxic Cave. Oh, I've heard it. Yeah, I love the Toxic Cave remixes. Oh, yeah, it's time to rate Sonic Heroes, and Sonic Heroes is playing. Sorry, Sonic Hero fans, your game sucks. I know you're right. I just don't want peace. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Are you upset? For the longest time, I held Sonic Heroes in a soft spot. Mm-hmm. Wrong? Look at all these fucking zoomers. Don't worry, I'll let you know why you guys are wrong and your game is bad. I have plenty of... I got all the receipts right here. I'll tell you exactly why your fucking game sucks. I'm not upset. You're just wrong. As he says as he spits on me. Your game sucks, chat. I spit on it.
Nani? As a GameCube fan, I'm upset.
Now, here's the thing, all right? I know a lot of you guys are upset, and there's a lot of people that love Sonic Heroes, right? Because you grew up on it, right? You were like, what, probably 8 years old? Playing GameCube or some shit, playing Sonic Heroes. You're like, wow, this is super fun. Blah, blah, blah. It sucks. You were 8 years old. Go back and play it. It's not good, all right? Sonic Heroes for me, all right? I was in high school. Sonic Heroes was the first Sonic game that made me realize that I can't blindly buy a Sonic game and expect quality. Okay? And you're probably like, well, what about the games on Sega Saturn? Nope, no. A lot of the Sega Saturn games are actually still really good. All right, we'll talk about Sonic R when we get to Sonic R, right? But normally, if I saw Sonic on the cover of a game, I know this might seem crazy to some of you Zoomers out there. It's like, what, dude? Sonic's always been questionable, right? But it's like, no. Before Sonic Heroes, I could go to like a store, see Sonic on the cover of a game, pick it up, and expect decent quality. And Sonic Heroes was the first time I bought a game and realized that maybe sometimes you're not bad at the game. Maybe the game is just broken and it's not your fault, and maybe the game sucks. Because normally I would persevere. I'm like, oh, okay, I got to figure this out. Or you have to work around the mechanics or the limitations or whatever. Like, Sonic Heroes is bad. I remember, like, first of all, like, let's talk basic gameplay. Sonic Heroes is literally you have 3 characters running in a line along each other on like essentially a set path. Everything is just like set forward for you. It's not quite boost mechanics, but it's like for the most part you're just moving forward. Enemies for the most part pretty harmless, and it's got that same thing that Shadow the Hedgehog has, where the whole world is just like a 3D environment with floating platforms that has like a texture background where you can just fall into water or fall endlessly into the abyss. So it looks like really shitty. Everything's just surrounding you. It's just endless pitfalls, and you just have to run along these 3D islands. And then you switch between the different characters, and each one gives you like a different ability, which is just kind of like inconvenient. Like, it's not really neat. Like, I guess the idea is that you're supposed to be working as a team, but it's also like the controls are super clunky. They're not really responsive. I would also argue that Sonic Heroes is a downgrade in comparison to like Sonic Adventure 1 and Sonic Adventure 2 responsiveness and controls. Sonic Heroes feels so much more stiff. It's also ugly as fuck, all right? Sonic Heroes came out after Sonic Adventure 1 and 2, and it's uglier than both of them. Like, they all of the character models in Heroes look like they're taken out of that shitty Indian McDonald's commercial with all the bad CG. Hold on, what was that? Let me see if I can find it. There it is. This is what your fucking Sonic Heroes look like. You're like, what? Sonic Heroes is great. Also Sonic Heroes.
और McDonald's से Sega games line. Jail Soccer.
Wow, Sonic Heroes is so good.
Sonic Skateboard. Rogue and Emmy Tennis.
How can you say Sonic Heroes is bad? Look.
Puff Flower Catch. Shadow Basketball.
Man, I love Sonic Heroes.
Baseball. जी भरकर फिर खेलें, खूब हल्ला गुल्ला मचाएं और दोस्तों को भी बतलाएं. चलो चल के.
Yeah, I see what you guys are talking about. Sonic Heroes is really good. Yeah, man, I don't know where I'm getting the idea that Sonic Heroes is bad. That's crazy.
Nani? Quit hating.
All right, now here's the other thing, right? So I remember the exact point and moment. I can pinpoint the moment that my fandom for Sonic had shifted while playing Sonic Heroes. And it was while I was trying to collect all of the Chaos Emeralds. You needed all the Chaos Emeralds to get to the final zone or fight the final boss, right? So I was trying to collect them. And I think it must have been like the 4th or 5th Chaos Emerald. And while you're running through the bonus stage, the way the bonus stage works is like it's a giant cylinder, like a giant round circle that you run through, and you try to collect rings and stuff. And I couldn't collect the emeralds because there would be invisible walls that you would just run into and you would just stop. Like it didn't work. Like I'd be running along and it's a giant circle, right? It's supposed to be round, and my characters would be running in the special stage, and I would like hit a wall and it would stop me, and then it would prevent me from getting the emerald I needed. So I think I never got to do the final zone because the game was broken.
Listen, a lot of the things you said may be correct and my love for Sonic Heroes may have a lot of nostalgia bias in me loving the theme song, but fuck you. You're wrong. Agreeing with you means I admit defeat. Never.
It's okay. I understand where you're coming from, and I forgive you. Thanks for the 100 bits, man. It's okay. I forgive you. I understand. It's like that meme where it's like, they're like, fuck you, shut up. And it's like, they all hated him because he was right. Or whatever. And it's like, yo, shut up. They didn't want to hear the truth. But yeah, man, that was like the point that I could pinpoint exactly what I didn't like about Sonic. And I realized in that moment during those special stages and hitting invisible walls in a giant circular special stage that was preventing me from progressing and collecting the Chaos Emeralds. I realized, oh, this game sucks. Right? I was trying to get around it. I kept on. This was when I still had that like I can overcome challenges idea, and I didn't even consider the fact that the games weren't completed or there was an issue, right? You know? And that was the first time I was like, oh, this game, it's not my fault. Like I'm running into something that's invisible because the game is broken. Like it's not working. Like I tried so many times because I wanted to get to the final ending because, you know, I consider myself a Sonic fan and I wanted to, you know, beat the game. And then I just eventually had to admit, okay, after Sonic Heroes, like, I have to look up a review and I can't in good faith just buy a Sonic game and expect it to be quality. That was the first time that happened. You know, any other time I bought a Sonic game, I was like, yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be at least decent. But Sonic Heroes was the first time. I mean, at the most you could say is Sonic Heroes is but that's a bad game. You got to let go of your nostalgia and the fact that you grew up with it and just acknowledge all the shortcomings.
Okay, I'll agree that Sonic Heroes has a lot of bugs. 10 out of 10.
That's fair. That's fair. They hated Jesus because he spoke the truth. Yeah, thanks for the bits, guys. I appreciate the support. Thanks. The way you feel about Sonic R is how you feel about Sonic Heroes. No. We'll get to Sonic R. We'll get to fucking Sonic R when we get to Sonic Hero. All right, we'll get to this. Okay. It's last on the list just by coincidence. I didn't put it there. We'll get there. All right. Don't worry. I'll answer for my crimes as well. Okay. That being said, Sonic Heroes is bad. So, I don't know. Get fucked, I guess. Oh, that's great. All right, here we go. Next one. Sonic Pinball Party. I don't think I really played that, so I guess we're gonna skip it. The first one I don't think I played. If I did, I mean, shit, maybe I did? I don't know. If I did play it, I don't remember enough to have an opinion. Oh wait, no, maybe I'm thinking of Pokemon Pinball. But I don't know. I guess if it's a functional pinball game, I'd probably put it under but I don't know it well enough to make a judgment call. So. All right, Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is great. I'm gonna nestle Sonic. I'm gonna put Sonic 3 right next to Sonic and Knuckles. Right. Actually, I'll put it right there because they're two separate games. It's not Sonic 3 and Knuckles together. They're apart. If you put them together, they're under my favorites. But if it's just Sonic and Knuckles and just Sonic 3 on their own, they're great. But if they do the fusion, it's kind of like Gotenks and Trunks. If they fuse, then they're one of my favorites. You know, they become this pinnacle fusion. But on their own, they're still fucking fantastic, right? Like, I could still almost on their own put them up here, but I feel like you have to judge them on their own separate, right? That seems fair. I like how we've done an anime tier list, a fighting game tier list, but no, the Sonic the Hedgehog tier list, that's the most controversial. Yeah, but I knew it would be. Sonic is such a diverse fan base. It's good, trust me. I actually do trust you. I do believe you think it's good, especially if you think Sonic Spinball is better than bad. It's got to be amazing. Sonic was never good. Okay, check this shit out. You guys ready for this one? Get ready for this fucking shit. Sonic Battle. Fuck. I was really tempted to put Sonic Battle in my favorites, but Sonic Battle it's so surprisingly good. I remember I bought it at Best Buy and I popped it in my Game Boy SP and I didn't really know what to expect. I'm like, oh cool, a Sonic fighting game. Because before Sonic Battle, the only Sonic fighting game there was like Sonic the Fighters on Sega Saturn, which was only released in Japan. And I could only see it in my gaming magazine. There was like screenshots and I was sitting there wondering, why are we not getting Sonic the Fighters in North America? Later on, after I played Sonic the Fighters on GameCube on Sonic Gem Collection, that I realized, oh, we didn't get it in North America because it's fucking whack. And they were probably afraid of tainting Sonic's quote-unquote image at the time or something. I don't know, but that's like a whole nother conversation. That was Sonic the Fighters on a Fighting Vipers engine. But Sonic Battle, it's a pretty unique fighting system. It's 2D sprites on a 3D arena that's kind of, I want to say it's kind of like Smash Bros, but it's really not. It's pretty unique. It's a pretty different fighting game, but it's got really cool combos, and that's what really makes it stand out. Like, you can play different characters and all the characters have different combos, but once you figure out your like one good combo, there's only so many different variations you can do to like keep things interesting and mix it up. So for the most part, you'll find yourself doing like the same one, maybe two combos, and it gets kind of repetitive, but those combos you do over and over again are super cool. Like you have different moves, and there's like a character that's like a robot that you give different moves from different characters. Like you're playing Shadow, and then like he'll end his aerial, like he'll launch, like you do a combo and you launch him in the air, and then when they're in the air, you can like finish the combo with like a Chaos Emerald power boost, like blast, and just like, you know, knock them back like it's Dragon Ball Z. The fighting is cool, the combos are sick, and also the art style. Sonic Battle's art style is this like really angular, sharp, like stylized art throughout the entire thing, for like the character portraits, the story mode, the cover art. And it's actually legit. I can't believe they haven't brought it back. Like a lot of like Sonic, all these Sonic Game Boy Advance and like DS titles. I don't know why Sega hasn't like revisited them or like made them available in some way. But yeah, like the only way to go back and play these now is like emulation. And I actually went back and emulated Sonic Battle, like, I don't know, I think it was like 2 years ago, to see if it still held up, because I remembered it extremely fondly. But I was like, let's see if it holds up, though. Maybe it's not as good as I remember, like, when I was playing it on my Game Boy SP in high school. I go back, and it's actually still pretty fucking legit, man. Once you learn those combos again, you're like, fuck, this feels good. Game is pretty sick. But, you know, the repetitive gameplay, you know, it's kind of lacking in content.
Sega revisiting old franchises. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, yeah, good point. They don't do that shit. But, yeah, man, I think it's great. If you haven't checked out Sonic Battle, you definitely should. I think you're going to be surprised how fun it is. But yeah, it is kind of lacking content. The story mode is essentially just a means to an end to keep you playing.
A short 2D animation would be amazing.
A short 2D animation would be amazing. What, for like Sonic Battle? Hell yeah, man. What, like the Sonic Riders opening we watched? And thanks for the bits, guys. I appreciate the bits. Sonic Fighters also is the greatest game ever. Like all the Sonic games on this list, except Heroes. Now you're just trolling. No time on the internet. Well, there was no real internet at the time. Sonic's image. You're talking about the day and age of the Sega Saturn, bro. We barely had fucking music CDs at the time. People still had cassette tapes in their fucking cars. You think they even had fucking dial-up? If you had internet, that was like a very niche thing at the time. All right, nobody had their Gateway Astro PCs. Or their dial-up AOL internet connections, all right? This is Sega Saturn. You didn't have that shit. No time on the internet? No shit. They didn't have it. I mean, it did exist, right? But like I said, it wasn't like what it is now. They did a small Sonic battle arc in Sonic X. I feel like if I did watch that, it'd be disappointing. Took 3 days to download a song on dial-up. Yeah, I had to download my Dragon Ball Z Linkin Park AMVs on LimeWire, but it turned out it was a Dragon Ball Z Linkin Park AMV and also malware and a virus. Not sure if it was worth it. Well, yeah, Sonic Battle intro. Alright, anyway, Sonic Battle's great. You guys should check it out if you haven't checked it out before. It's pretty great. Now, Sonic Drift 2. Wait, why is Drift 2 before Drift 1? Let's just put these over here next to each other. Sonic Drift 1. It's a Game Gear game. It's whatever. I mean, they work. Sonic Drift. They function. They're good. Yeah, Sonic Drift is a Game Gear game, and you can definitely go in it, and it's the sound is really unbearable because the Game Gear sound chip makes you want to fucking rip your ears off. But you know, it functions. I mean, it's not. I don't think they're bad, but they're Game Gear games. I'm almost half tempted to take them down here. Mobile, I don't know. Put them in them because they're technically mobile games. I don't know. Yeah, I'll put them here. I think that seems fair. I mean, they're honestly probably one of the best Game Gear games, but they're still Game Gear games. So You didn't play it? Yeah. My cousin had a Game Gear, so whenever we'd meet up at family events or take a trip together, I'd get to play his Game Gear. And I can tell you, the only good game that's on Game Gear is Columns, and then Sonic Drift and Drift 2. Everything else is fucking terrible. They sound bad. They make your ears want to bleed and you want to die. They suck. I hate them. Sonic Boom on 3DS. I hear it's better than... I mean, it functions. I mean, it's bad. I hear Sonic Boom on fucking 3DS is actually a functional game, unlike the one that's on like Wii U and shit. So... And I've seen gameplay. It's like not the same game. It's like 2D. I mean, it's at the very worst, I put it in bad. It's a different game. Sonic Boom on 3DS is not Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric. They are different games. It goes up like one tier. Yeah, because it's still not good. It's still Sonic Boom, but it functions, and it's a 2D game. It's kind of hard to fuck that up, but it's, yeah. I guess anything seems great. I'm sure there's some people that probably played this, and they're like, oh, it's nothing like that. It's actually good. But I think really what it is you're rubber banding your expectations from how shitty and broken Sonic Boom on Wii U is to a game that actually functions. Realistically, it's bad. Yeah. At the most, you could say it's probably but I'm gonna say it's bad. There you go. Both of these. Yeah, Fire and Ice, and these are in the same category. These go next to each other. They're like the same fucking shit, honestly. I'm sure there's probably someone that played them both, and you're like, no, this one was better than this one. Yeah, but they probably both still belong here together. Just because, like, I can honestly tell you that I think Sonic Advanced is much better than Sonic Lost World, but they're both in the category. Just because something's better than something else doesn't bump it up a whole tier, right? So, Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Where does one put Sonic the Hedgehog 2? It could go anywhere, really. I mean, where does Sonic 2? I mean, it's pretty good, you know. It's
Oh shit!
Are you surprised? Not at all. I say this all the time. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 is not only one of the best Sonic games ever made, in my opinion. It's one of my if not my favorite, one of my all-time favorite games of all time. It's my comfort game, right? Like, I've been playing Sonic 2 since I was like a child, like, I don't know, like 3-4 years old, you know? I've been playing it my whole life, you know, whether I'm like, whether I'm in a good mood, when I'm in a bad mood, when I'm depressed, when I don't know what to play, I always come back to Sonic 2. That's just my comfort game. I love Sonic 2. And the reason I love it more than like Sonic and Knuckles or Sonic 3 is because it's so inclusive. Like, it's such a tightly knit package from like beginning to end, where all the stages are pretty much fun minus like one or two. All the music is great, the pacing is good. It's got this epic ending where you're on this like on the Death Egg and you're like on a plane and you end up flying up into outer space from this winged fortress, and oh man, I have so much love for Sonic 2. Chemical Plant Zone is like my favorite Sonic song of all time. I love Chemical Plant Zone, and there's so many banger tracks. It's perfection to me. I think that's like pinnacle Sonic, and just the game means so much to me. Not even just the game. Look at the cover art. Sonic the Hedgehog 2 cover art is some of the most iconic cover art I've ever seen. Like, Sonic the Hedgehog 2 cover art and like Street Fighter Alpha 2 cover art. Those are just like, oh man, I love it so much. The way Robotnik's in the background grabbing the giant 2 and crumbling it, and Sonic standing there with his new buddy Tails, and oh, it's beautiful. The colors, the gameplay, the music, just everything. I love it so much. Yeah. I mean, that's God tier. If there was a tier above this, like, I could make a tier above this one and call it Sonic the Hedgehog 2 tier and just put it at the top by itself. It means a lot to me. Sonic 2 is how I found this stream. Thus, it's one of my favorites, even though it's objectively trash. Cliff got Sonic 2 for his birthday in '93, didn't he? I'm pretty sure Sonic 2 came with my Genesis. Yeah, when I got a Genesis, my parents got it for me, and it was like they bundled it with Sonic 2. And then later on, I got Sonic 1. So I played Sonic 2 before I played Sonic 1, outside of like, you know, daycare centers. There was like daycare centers where they had arcade machines or like consoles hooked up, and I'd play like NES games like Contra and Sonic the Hedgehog and stuff, and like Super Mario at the daycare center. And Sonic the Hedgehog 2 came with the Genesis. That was a pretty bold move of Sega to actually bundle their new hit game.
I beat Sonic 2 twice, the console and Game Gear version, and it's great, but I am not dick sucking.
I am. I'm doing this shit all day. And thanks for the 100 bits. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for the monies.
Nani nani? Unrelated, but how do you feel about the Mohawk American Sonic design on the Sonic 2 box art as opposed to the original Japanese design?
How do I feel about the Mohawk American Sonic? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you're talking about like Needle Mouse? Like when he was still a concept? Sonic 2 box art, he had a mohawk? They did a version of the cartridge Sonic 2 cover art for the live action Sonic 2 movie. Oh yeah, I saw that. I actually really like that homage. Yeah, I don't know what that looks like. I've never seen it before. Alright. I guess we're ready to move on. So yeah, no big surprise. Sonic 2 is amazing and I love it. Sonic Advance 3!
Nani?
It's eh.
Essentially what I'm asking is American box art Sonic versus Japanese box art Sonic?
American box art. It's like one of the greatest box arts of all time. The one with the giant 2 in the background? Yeah, easy. I still have a poster of that Sonic the Hedgehog 2 cover from when I was a kid. I think my parents got me like a Sonic the Hedgehog 2 poster for one of my birthdays. And I put like glow-in-the-dark Johnny Quest stickers all over it. But I still have it. I don't have it hung up. But I've had it ever since I was a kid. Maybe I should actually frame it and hang it up. That would be kind of sweet, actually. Even though it still has the Johnny Quest stickers on there. Oh, it also even has, like... It was the last one. Like, it was the Sonic the Hedgehog 2 poster display. Because it was the last one at Toys R Us. So they bought me the display one. And the sticker was on the poster because it was the display. So, like, I have... It's pretty banged up. Like, it's old as fuck. I've had it since, like, 2nd grade. It's got Johnny Quest glow-in-the-dark stickers, and it's got the sticker, like, that's supposed to go on the wrapper. On the outside of the poster tube. Like, on the actual poster. And I tried to cover it up with, like, blue marker to match the background. It's not even the right shade of blue, so it looks kind of beat up. But I still have it. But yeah, that's the best one. Sonic Advance 3 is eh. Sonic Advance 3 is eh. I didn't really care for it, but I don't think it's bad. I just think my personal preference was like I didn't really enjoy it. I didn't like the team mechanics that they tried to force on you where you're like, I want to play Sonic, but now I also need like Tails or some other dude on my team so I can like fly. I also didn't like the way the stages flowed. I found it kind of annoying. I honestly liked Sonic Advance more than I liked Sonic Advance 3. And I'm honestly tempted to put it in bad, but I think I'm being too harsh on it. Like, I just really didn't... I was really disappointed with Advance 3. I think they were afraid to do more of the same. I think, like, if you had to look at it from, like, a shareholder perspective, like, okay, we made Sonic Advance 1. What are the improvements from Advance 1 to Advance 2? And they added some, like, new mechanics and new characters and stuff. And they're like, all right, well, what are we going to do for the third game? It can't be the same shit. You got to do something different. They're like, all right, well, we added these team mechanics, and like they're trying to step it up, but it ended up just kind of becoming inconvenient or like annoying. And like, because you'll be going through the stages and there's only certain areas you can go through with certain characters. And I didn't enjoy that. It constantly felt like I was being shut down and not playing the way I wanted to play. And I don't know. It's not like the worst thing ever. I just thought it was eh. And if I had my choice between Advance 1 and 3, I would go with 1, but you know, it's whatever. It's just fun. I don't even know if anybody in the chat even fucking played that game. How has Sonic had so many team games but so few co-op games? Damn, that's a good question. That would actually be kind of cool, like if they actually implemented like if you were playing Sonic Heroes or like Sonic Advance 2, and then you like swap to another character, that would be like your friend in the room and they would take control. Then again, I guess that's kind of also something you could do in Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Player 2 could play as Tails. That was pretty sweet. I hate the power of friendship. Fuck friendship. So irked whenever you say shareholders when I think you really mean stakeholders. Whatever, corporate influence. Tomato, tomato. Douchebags influencing how things go.
Nani. I played Sonic Advance 3. It wasn't better than 2, but it was okay.
Yeah. Advance 2 is like in a league of its own. Absolutely. I think I'm probably being too harsh on 3. I bet you if I went back and played Advance 3, maybe I would be but then again, maybe it also had to do with expectations at the time, right? I just finished, I had played Advanced 2, which was like some of the greatest 2D Sonic gameplay. And here comes the third game. You're like, oh, fuck yeah, the third game. And then you play it, and this is like, you have all these expectations, and it's not as good. So it's probably the whole rubber band effect, right? Where you expect too much based on your previous game that you played. And then kind of like these, probably people think Sonic Boom on 3DS is better than they are because it actually functions in comparison to the Wii U one. And I don't like Advance 3, and I'm rubber banding super hard because Advance 2 was one of the greatest. It's usually the least favorite of the Advanced trilogy, but by the third time around, it's hard to come up with something original. Yeah, that's true. And I've actually heard some people say that they like it. Okay, here we go. This is gonna piss some people off. You guys ready to fucking have your jimmies rustled? Oh, this is a great song. Sonic 3D Blast on Sega Saturn. Oh, I fucking love this song. Oh, it's so good. Holy shit. Rusty Ruin Zone, Sonic 3D Blast, Saturn. Oh, people don't know how fucking good Sonic 3D Blast was on Sega Saturn. That shit slapped. Alright, I'm about to show you guys where Sonic Adventure 2 goes in my list. Are you ready? Because I'm about to show you. Right after I go take a pee. I'll be right back. Let's fucking do this. So where does Sonic Adventure 2 go? You may be wondering. Where does Sonic Adventure 2 go? Well, I'm here to tell you. Hang on, give me a sec. I'm thinking. All right, I'll share my thoughts in a minute, but I have to. I have to stew this over.
Remember Sonic Adventure 2 Battle?
This isn't Battle. This is Sonic Adventure 2 Dreamcast. But honestly, it's not that big of a difference. Honestly, you could call it Battle too. It's not going to make that big of a difference just because there's extra costumes in versus mode. Fuck. Okay, I'm trying to be honest with myself because here's the thing, right? Sonic Adventure 2 has been so fucking blown out of proportion with hype from all the fucking Zoomers and like the edgelords that like Shadow and all the other stuff. And it's like, you have to look at the game as a whole, and I don't want to rubber band too hard in the opposite direction of what it really deserves to be. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to build suspense. Like, I'm trying to do this quickly. Like, I really am on the fence. I'm not doing this to be annoying. Or, like, to annoy people or, like, build up suspense or any of that shit. I'm really just trying to think. God damn it. Sonic Adventure 2 is eh. Sonic Adventure 2 is eh. I'm cemented in my feelings. It took me a second to find my way. But yep. Yeah, I feel good about this. Yep. Sonic Adventure 2 is eh.
Hey man, a zoomer got a zoom.
I've chosen poorly. Yeah, I bet. Fucking bet. Yeah, there's no good Sonic games. It's Sonic 2 and then everything else. Alright, let me explain why Sonic Adventure 2 is eh, okay? First of all, Sonic Adventure 2, the game as a whole. Not just fucking Sonic and Shadow, okay? Because if you were judging the whole game by the fun stages where you actually play like Sonic and Shadow, there's only like fucking 6 goddamn stages and each one's like 3 minutes long, okay? The rest of the game, a majority, like if you were to bust out a pie chart, a majority of Sonic Adventure 2 is spent playing as either Tails or Robotnik in a big, unfun, clunky mech that just shoots at shit on the super crappy platforming bullshit. Which I also find annoying because I hate the idea that in Sonic Adventure 2, they took away Tails' speed and they started making a lot of the other characters slower, whereas originally it used to be Sonic was the fastest, but Tails and Knuckles and the rest of them can keep up with him for the most part, like in the original trilogy. So then they're like, Tails is the tech guy, and they make him all pudgy, they put him in a mech, and it's just essentially 3 different physics engines, where you've got like, or not even really, no, I guess it is still technically 3, but you got the mech, where you control Robotnik and Tails. That's a majority of the game's gameplay, which is the most unfun, slow, shitty platforming. It's not fun. I don't care what anybody says. Then the other part of it is where you're playing Rogue or Rouge the Bat and Knuckles, and you're like running around just looking for fucking emeralds, and it's like a hot, cold fucking hide and go seek shit, and it's not fun. It's fucking annoying. Especially if it's like your first playthrough. Like once you break it down, you kind of know where some of the spots are. Even then, it's like you're just like listening to the ding, 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 just trying to find these fucking emeralds and get the fuck out of the stage so you can get to the fun shit, which is actually Sonic and Shadow. All that other shit is just filler. It's real, like it's slightly different, but it's the exact same formula as Sonic Unleashed, where it's like half the game is really or not even half. It's like fucking like 1/10 of the game is really fun, where you're actually doing fast Sonic bullshit, and then the other half, or like the other like 9/10 of the game is unfun, slow platforming dog shit that nobody wants to fucking do. When people think of Sonic Adventure 2, they're like, oh my god, I fucking love Sonic Adventure, and they're like, fucking escape from the city, and oh man, a white jungle and Radical Highway, oh man, that shit is so cool, I fucking love. Nobody's like, oh my god, Sonic Adventure, I love that game. Fucking Robotnik on a military base. Woo! Nobody gives a fuck about that shit. Most of the game sucks. And even the good parts, like, are kind of clunky. Like, the physics engines are kind of wank. They're kind of wank. Little wank. If that's even a word. Little wanky? Wacky? Wonky? They're a little clunky. Not great. You know, it's kind of fucking annoying. But there's also like an upgraded Chow Garden. The Chow Garden's pretty fucking cool. I like the additions, and they have all these cool Chow levels. So like the Chow stuff is fantastic, especially when you had VMUs on the Dreamcast. Oh, that shit was pretty cool. You got to give it up for some of that stuff. And there is a versus mode and like a cart mode, and they added some extra stuff. So there's like content there and there's things to like about it, right? Like it's not like the whole thing's dog shit, right? It's not. It's got Live and Learn, it's got a good soundtrack, some of the catchiest songs like City Escape, and like there's some cool shit. Even Metal Harbor, I fucking love Metal Harbor. Metal Harbor is like one of my go-to stages when I go back and revisit Adventure 2. But you gotta look at the game as a whole. Also, the cutscenes, the audio mixing. Dude, what was going on with this game's story? It makes no fucking sense. You have to like literally shut off your brain and look at it through a Sonic lens and nostalgia to even fucking think that Sonic Adventure 2's story is acceptable. Like, it looks like shit. They'll have like audio clips where like the characters are mid-sentence and then the scene just ends. and they like cut to another scene. Like, it's broken, it's fucked. Like, it's not great. Like, even the audio levels don't make sense. Sometimes the music is blaring fucking loud and you can't hear people talk. It's a fucking shit show. It is. And that's like all the negatives. But like I said, there's a reason that people love it. The Sonic and Shadow stages are great. Some of the music are absolute bangers. You know, and you can get through the shittier parts of the game. But like, once you get past that stuff, like the Sonic and Shadow stuff is great. And Shadow's a pretty likable character. It's got this epic ending with Super Sonic and Super Shadow. And it's, you know, I mean, it's got things in it that are also great. But, dude, this whole fucking meme generation and Zoomers that grew up on it just put it up on a pedestal and either haven't played it in a long time or they just somehow are able to let that nostalgia, like, let them just completely ignore the shittier aspects of the game, because most of the game is shit. If you think Sonic Adventure 2 deserves more than just being but you think Sonic Unleashed is or bad, you're just being a hypocrite. Like, it's essentially like the same shit, where like the smaller portion of the game is fucking incredible, where you're actually playing speedy Sonic levels, and then 9/10 of the rest of the game is playing unfun, slow, shitty platforming to like fill out the gameplay link. So you just got to be honest with yourself, right? Wanked is definitely a word. Yeah, but I'm probably not using it right.
Nah, Sonic Adventure 2 was good, I like it, but you do make great points.
Yeah, I can't be any more honest about it, because you go back and play it and you're like I've done that where I'm like, oh man, I love Sonic Adventure 2. And you go back and play it, and as soon as you get past the Sonic and Shadow levels, you are done. You don't want to play anymore. Right? Or if you've already played through the story mode, what do? You just go back and you play your fucking like Green Forest, Metal Harbor, maybe even the Green Hill remake level that you can unlock. Maybe go and play that. You're not. Maybe even was it Crazy Gadget or Final Rush? You know, there's some fun Sonic stages. That's not even half of the actual game. Cliff must have watched Pro Jared's review of Sonic Adventure 2 more than once. Pro Jared, I think I remember watching that at one point, but I mean it was forever ago if I did. I don't remember anything about the video. I think he made that a long time ago, didn't he? Wasn't it like years ago? I mean, I felt this way about Sonic Adventure 2 like for a long time. Like long before that. So I'm not parroting anything that I've heard other people say. These are my honest opinions. Like, this is how I felt. If anything, Sonic Adventure 2 was a very sweet send-off to Dreamcast Legacy. Yeah, I could say that. Yeah, I agree with that. See, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, if you have a 100% save file on your VMU and you just go back and play the fun levels, that's how people remember it. When you ask people, hey man, Sonic Adventure 2, they're like, oh, fuck yeah, man, all my favorite Sonic levels, woo! But they're like, hey man, Sonic Adventure 2, play through the story mode again and unlock everything. You're like, oh no, I'm good. I'll play like 3 levels and maybe I'll come back and do the rest later. Yeah. Nobody wants to do that shit. You still like Sonic Adventure 2 more than Sonic Unleashed? That's fair. I could see someone doing that. I mean, like I said, I was pretty close to putting Sonic Adventure 2 up here. I was very close. Sega wanted money. They could make a new Jet Set Radio game and literally just fucking print cash. Hell, they don't even have to make a new one. Do you have any idea how much fucking money Sega could make if they just did like a port of Jet Set Radio Future? People would lose their fucking mind. If they had Jet Set Radio Future on Steam and you could like mod the graffiti to be whatever you wanted, oh man, Woo. I'd buy that at full price. Whatever it is, I'd buy it. What is it, 40? How much do you want for your Jet Set Radio Future port? Just take my money. I can't wait to mod stuff. I still think Jet Set Radio 1 is better than Future, but it's been so long. Like, it's very difficult to play Future that it would be such a fresh breath of fresh air to play again at all. So I don't have to bust out the OG Xbox. Another Billy Hatcher game. What's up, Pale Bloom? Alright, here we go. So, with that being said, Sonic Adventure 2 is eh. Now, you're probably wondering how I feel about Sonic Adventure 1. After all the shit that I said about Sonic Adventure 1, you're probably like, huh, well, he's gotta hate Sonic Adventure 1 if he hates 2 that much. Because everyone's like, dude, Sonic Adventure 2 is way better than Sonic Adventure 1. Adventure 1 sucks. Yeah. Not sure if I quite put it there. I'm gonna see how it feels. Not shocked. I don't know if I'm gonna leave that there. Hold on. I can't. I mean, I really like Adventure 1. Do I put it in great? Maybe I'm being too kind. Yeah, I think I'm being too kind. I really do like Sonic Adventure, but I don't know if it's one of my favorites. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in great. I think Sonic Adventure 1 is great. It's really close to being one of my favorites, but yeah. Yeah, I feel pretty good about that. And I can totally justify the way that I feel about Sonic Adventure 1 and 2. Because I don't know what happened on the internet with everyone suddenly thinking Sonic Adventure 2 is better than 1. I don't know where the fuck that came from, and I don't understand. Sonic Adventure 1 is way fucking better than 2. Either you love 1 or hate 2 or vice versa or hate both. Sonic Adventure 1 is eh for you? Okay. You expected great? Yeah, I was trying to sit and see how I felt about it. Bad overall, but 1 or 2 stages were fun. For Sonic Adventure 1? Oh, no, that's not correct. There is way more fun stages in Sonic Adventure 1 than there is in 2. Like, a large margin. And the levels that are in there are not as annoying. Both are just bad? Oof. Damn, you're going in. Did you have a bad day? Alright, check it out. Sonic Adventure 1 was not cheats. Alright, here, let me explain this to you. Alright, so Sonic Adventure 1, right? Why do I like it better than 2? First of all, Sonic Adventure 1, when you're playing the game, you have your choice of character, right? When you're playing through story mode on Sonic Adventure 2, you have 2 options. You've got good side, bad side. And in fact, I don't even think you have access to the bad side right away. I don't remember, but essentially you're stuck. You're like, oh, you got to play a Sonic level. Then you got to play a Tails mech level. Then you got to play a Knuckles level. Then you got to play another this level. And it kind of forces you to play whatever you want. Sonic Adventure 1... you literally get to choose your character and play style, and you get to stick to that. If that's what you're in the mood for, that's what you're in the mood for. And it gives choice to the player. So if I want to do nothing but fucking Sonic levels, which in Sonic Adventure 1, a majority of the levels are Sonic the Hedgehog levels. Probably like, man, what is it? It's gotta be like at least 70% of the levels in Sonic Adventure are Sonic levels, which are fun. They're fast-paced, fun levels. You know, like some of them can be kind of difficult, but none of them are none of them are not fun or annoying. Like, even, like, what was that one level? Lost World with, like, the water slide and being chased by rock, that flaming boulder, Speed Highway, that first tropical beach level, Emerald Shores or whatever the fuck it was called. You know, even Twilight Park, you're in like a kart racing thing, or like in a roller coaster. And then the snow level, the ice cap zone, it's a little bit of annoying platforming, and then you're being chased by an avalanche on a snowboard. I mean, dude, the list goes on and on. Like, there is a shit ton of Sonic levels. Like, a majority, like, if you go to story mode and play Sonic's story mode is so much longer than all of the other characters on the list. So you get to play a shit ton of Sonic. Then even on top of that, you're like, oh, you can play Tails in this one, but Tails is not an annoying platforming mech that's just duplicating Robotnik's gameplay from the second game. In the first game, Tails it's condensed versions of the Sonic levels, but you get to race against Sonic, so you're trying to go as fast as possible. So it's more Sonic gameplay, but you're playing Tails. And it's got like different routes, right? Like it takes chunks of existing levels from Sonic Adventure or from Sonic's levels, but then it'll add like a different route sometimes or like mix it up. And it's way more fun.
I need all of you to give me just a bit of your energy.
Can you play my favorite Sonic 2 Game Gear song?
Sure. Hey, thanks for the $5, Supra. Let me see. Oh, I remember this song. Oh man, I totally remember this. Alright, hold on. I got you. Yeah, this is a banger. Yeah, this is a good song. It's one of the rare songs on a Game Gear that doesn't make your ears bleed. Yeah, so you like the Sonic levels are really good. There's a way more Sonic levels than there is of any other character in the game. When you're playing Tails, it's a race against Sonic in like little mini versions of Sonic levels, which is still really fun. Like you get to do Wind Valley as Tails, and Tails is really cute, and he can fly around, and he's got little shortcuts to try to beat Sonic. Because it's like if you were racing against Sonic, it was just on foot, like the same as Sonic is, then we'd be like really... Like, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, because Sonic is obviously faster than Tails. So how do we justify the fact that Tails is actually faster than Sonic? You give him, like, hoops to, like, blast through, and, like, you give him the power of flight, which gives him, like, shortcuts, so he can, like, be faster than Sonic, but not on, like, in the air, not on foot, you know? And they even give Tails, like, his own art. And then, you know, there's the times that you play Knuckles. Knuckles is still searching for pieces of the emerald, but it's in like smaller, more condensed areas that are a lot less annoying to traverse, I think. Like, the levels in Sonic Adventure 2 for Knuckles, they make it a lot more difficult to actually find the emeralds. And it can be like really tedious, because I don't think they're really designed for it, whereas in Adventure 1, it's a lot more fun to like run around as Knuckles, I think. You know? And then the other thing is that, hang on. It's really hard to talk with this song, actually. Because I'm like making points and it's like beep 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 beep. It's almost like I'm being telegraphed like a message. It's like really throwing me off my thought process. But yeah, like Knuckles is like way more fun to play in that one. Amy is also like not really that great, actually. Like I'd say Amy is like the least fun to probably play because she moves slowly around these platforming sections, and she's just like hitting this robot that's chasing her with her hammer. And then E102 is essentially the mecha combat from like Sonic Adventure 2, where you play as Tails and Robotnik, but you're like a robot. But at least he has a more interesting arc where he runs into other characters and like befriends Amy and stuff, and he has like a more interesting development where you want to see where it goes. And I think the levels are even better for E102. So, like, really, out of all those characters, the most unfun is probably Amy. And Knuckles and E102 aren't as annoying to play in the first game as they are in the second game. Like that sort of gameplay style. Now here's the other thing. That's just like the levels, right? Now in Sonic Adventure 2, it's literally level based. There's no open world to explore. And I don't care what you say, that's a fucking downgrade. Like, I've heard a lot of people trash Sonic Adventure and say it has an open world, but there's like nothing to explore. Or there's like nothing to go find, and I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about. Like the world in Sonic Adventure, you can actually go out and like find upgrades for your character in the open world. Like Sonic will get the Lightspeed Dash, then he'll get like the bracelet that helps him like charge up a Lightspeed Dash faster. Then like Knuckles, he'll find like some like shovel claws. Or like something that gives him like a light speed attack. Like you find upgrades that your character will actually wear visually to show you that they have an upgrade. So it makes it fun to explore. And the other thing you also have to understand is that Sonic Adventure at the time, it was like back in the day, the internet wasn't what it is now. So I think if you went back and played Adventure now, you're just kind of like, instead of just exploring and wondering what it is you're going to find in the open world, now you can just be like, well, what is there worth in the open world, right? You could just look it up. You're like, what is there? Oh, there's upgrades. I have to go here to get it. And it becomes a trip to the grocery store. It becomes a chore where you look it up online. Oh, well, where are the upgrades? Oh, this is where they are? Okay, and you just go over there and you go grab them. And you're like, oh, I got to go talk to this guy. Or, oh, here's the key card to get inside of Speed Highway Zone. It becomes an inconvenient, just like a means to an end. But I think you have to understand that something's been lost when you play that game, play the game that way. Because I think the way most people play games nowadays, and I'm guilty of this too, is you're playing the game, you're in the open world now, and now you're like, okay, well, where do I go? What do I do? You want direction, right? You don't want to explore. You're like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. This is annoying. And then you go online, you type in YouTube, or you go to fucking GameFAQs or whatever the fuck. You're like, where do I go? And then you read it, and you're like, oh, I gotta go get the Windstone. It's hiding here. Go grab it, take the Windstone to this platform, put it on there, and then it'll give me access to Wind Valley, and I can continue. Okay. And then it's like, okay, well, what do I do at this point? Oh, I need to go pick up the Lightspeed Dash shoes. They're in this location. Gotta go grab them. And then I'll use that to do this. And it becomes following a list. And I think if you're playing Sonic Adventure like that, where you're not actually exploring the world and interacting with like the people, like the citizens there, and going back and forth between the city and like the little valley area, a lot of that magic is lost because there is things worth exploring in the open world. People are constantly saying that there's not, but there is. Like, you're rewarded for some of those. Some of those upgrades aren't even mandatory. Like, you can miss those and still continue the game. Like the Lightspeed bracelet, you'd miss that shit, right? Like, there's also like hidden emblems. Like, they give you things to explore, but if you're just doing a means to an end, you're like, there's nothing out here. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's a big open world, and it makes the world feel like alive. Oh my god, dude, I totally forgot about Big the Cat. I'm following this trail of thought to express my opinions, and I glance at chat and it's like, Froggy! I'm like, oh my god, fuck. How could I forget Big the Cat? Fuck, you got me with that one, chat. Yeah, Big the Cat sucks. Big the Cat is like this weird forced Sega bass fishing engine that I don't know. I don't know what the thought process was. They were like, we want a big fat cat character, and he's gonna fish for his froggy friend, and we just really want to use the Sega bass fishing engine. I don't know. I don't know what. Why for? What weed were they smoking? Big the Cat sucks. I fucking hate Big the Cat. You got me with that one. All the other things aren't that bad, but whoo, Big the Cat. I'm glad he didn't come back. This ranking is a crime. Whatever. I'm correct. I wholeheartedly agree with this tier list. Ah, someone with some taste. Apparently everybody else in this chat has COVID because they have none. You'll take Shadow and Rouge over Big the Cat? Well, Shadow is essentially like Tails in gameplay sense, and Rouge the Bad is essentially Knuckles. So those still exist. I mean, one Sonic Adventure song that is even close to Sonic Adventure 2's soundtrack. I mean, if you're going to go based off of soundtrack, then Sonic Adventure 2's soundtrack can't hold a candle to Sonic 06. So are we going to say Sonic 06 is better than Sonic Adventure 2? And also, the opening cinematic and opening song for Sonic Adventure 2 fucking slaps. It's the same fucking band. It's good shit. Also, you can't come in here all late, because I know you weren't here for me talking shit about Sonic Adventure 2 and now trying to have a conversation about Adventure 2. You coming in here all late being like, oh, well, let's do it. No, you missed that conversation. You should have been here for that shit. Remember one of the upgrades was a rubber ring for the... Yeah, like you got a rubber ring so you could float and then dip down in the water. Admittedly, like, Big the Cat is definitely a blemish on the game, but I stand by all the other points I've already made. Sonic has got a majority of the levels in Sonic Adventure. His levels are fun. You know, some of them can be a little bit annoying and difficult, but like, for the most part, Sonic Adventure is like at least 70% Sonic. Sonic Adventure 2 is like fucking 20% Sonic. And then the bulk of the game is a bunch of fucking bullshit you don't want to fucking play. You don't want to fucking be big. You don't want to be fucking like the fucking Robotnik bullshit.
So Sonic Adventure 1, I got lost a lot. The casino stage gave me a headache.
Mm-hmm. And then Sonic Adventure actually has an open world that actually has places worth exploring where you find upgrades, you interact with the citizens, you find emblems, and it makes it actually feel like a complete world. Not just going from level to level. Like, it's good. It's actually fucking awesome. The cinematics are also better, too. I don't know where people are coming from, where they think Sonic Adventure 2's... they're going to sit here and talk shit about Sonic Adventure 1's cinematics, when Sonic Adventure 2 has some of the shittiest, most broken audio clips and audio levels and just incoherent cinematics. Like, Sonic Adventure 2... They have, like, some pretty whack-ass animations. Like, admittedly, some of the animations are more questionable Adventure. You know, they fixed some of them in DX, but, like, at least, like when in Sonic Adventure 2, they have audio, like, the characters will be talking, and then the fucking cinematic just cuts off what they said. And they just cut it off. Like, they'll be like, yeah, Sonic, I'm back, and then just cut it. You know? And then they cut to another scene, and then, like, a character's talking, and this fucking, like, Amy's music will be blasting. You can't fucking hear the character talk. And like a character will overlap and talk over another character, and it's like the audio levels and the cinematics are just garbage. They're broken, unfinished, chopped up. They're fucking blendered. At least in Sonic Adventure, when a cutscene plays, you're like, oh yeah, this is a complete cutscene, and the characters are talking, and it actually makes sense. The story's coherent. All the characters kind of like have their own arc that they're working towards, and it all intertwines into one big story. You know, at the end with like Supersonic and like Chaos and shit. Like, that is Sonic Adventure is a more ironed out, complete fucking game where you don't mind playing a bulk of the game. Sonic Adventure 2 is literally just fucking the 4 or 6 goddamn Sonic and Shadow levels, and the rest of the fucking game sucks. Nobody fucking wants to play those games. Everybody remembers that game because they're like, oh yeah, I fucking love that game. And they just play fucking City Escape and Metal Harbor like 3 times, and then they stop playing. Nobody's fucking playing Tails. Nobody's playing Robotnik. Nobody's fucking doing the Knuckles and Rouge the Bat stages. Nobody wants to play any of that shit. No one's doing the cart bullshit. Nothing. And it's got no fucking open world. It's literally a lesser game. In fact, at the time, I remember playing it when it was new on Dreamcast and I was in high school, and I loved Sonic Adventure 1. I played 2. I'm like, oh, there's no open world? That kind of sucks. But these Sonic levels are really cool. And I'm like, oh man, this is sick. I fucking love City Escape. Oh man, this is cool. And then next thing I know, I'm Tails in a mech. I'm like, oh, okay. And you're just trying to get through these levels, and you know, you're like, okay, and the next thing you know, you're kind of struggling, and you're just like, this isn't really that fun, and it's just, and you're sitting here playing this, you're like, oh, now I'm Knuckles, I'm running around looking for an emerald, and at some point in time, you're sitting there, man, I wonder when the next fucking fun stage is. When's the next Sonic level? When's the next Shadow level? You know? And you realize you're spending like 40 minutes to an hour on some bullshit you don't even want to fucking play. You just want to be fucking Sonic. It sucks. Sonic Adventure 2 fucking sucks for that. Crap. Sonic Adventure 1 is fucking tight. The Chow Garden in Sonic Adventure 2 is way better. I'll give you that. They got more levels. They got more evolutions and stuff. So the Chow Garden's definitely better. But like as a whole complete game, Sonic Adventure 1 is so much better. Open world is fun to explore. The cinematics actually have good audio levels, and the story itself is more well written. A bulk of the game is actually it was way more fun to play than a majority of the game of Sonic Adventure 2. Big the Cat fucking sucks. You know, it's basically Sega Bass Fishing like shoved into the game. I think they just wanted to like showcase some Dreamcast engine or something. I don't know why they fitted that in there. Maybe they thought they would impress people with their fishing physics or something. I have no fucking idea. But Big the Cat is there. He sucks, admittedly. But I would play Sonic Adventure fucking 1,000 times over. Like, you know, from start to finish and actually play the story mode. Then I would rather play Sonic Adventure 2 story mode. Sonic Adventure 2 story mode is literally a means to an end so you can unlock all the fun Sonic and Shadow levels, which means going through at least like 90% of bullshit you don't want to play. Yeah, Sonic Adventure 1 had some funny expressions, but they were ironed out in the DX version on GameCube, but I didn't think they were anything egregious. They were just kind of funny looking on Dreamcast. Yeah, the Green Hill Zone like remake in Sonic Adventure 2 was pretty cool once you unlocked it, admittedly. At least Sonic Adventure 2 character eye pupils look separated. I mean, not all the time, no. Yeah, I don't know, you probably notice more stuff like that if you weren't so distracted by the shitty audio levels and like characters talking over each other while not being able to hear them at all because they're blasting fucking music. Fucking the cinematics are trash, and the story's not that great either. Sonic Adventure 2 is pretty crap. Like, aside from Shadow's background story and like the ultimate life aspect, everything else is bad. I feel like the story was much better in Sonic Adventure 1. In Sonic Adventure 2, aside from like Maria, like Shadow's whole thing, like the actual intertwined story of all the characters is shitty. Like the president, it's like, hey, Mr. President, and he's just like, it's like, oh man, we think Sonic's a bad guy because Shadow, he looks just like him. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, you have to really shut off your fucking brain to think Sonic Adventure 2 has like anything close to a coherent story. It starts off by people thinking Shadow looks like Sonic the Hedgehog. They don't look fucking anything alike. Like, not even close. Like, even if you were like, oh, a character with super speed, he's literally black, red, and white. He's got hover skates. His spines look different. He's a edgy dick. Like, he doesn't look anything like fuck. That's so stupid. That's just like dumb writing or something. Like, none of it makes any sense. It's stupid. It's pretty dumb. Yeah, but I mean, this was going to be a big part of it. Sonic Adventure 1 totally had a story. It was about chaos and collecting the emeralds and like Tikal with like the echidnas. The entire plot of that was Robotnik trying to weaponize chaos and the Chaos Emeralds. And it was about this like history with the Chow, the Chaos Emeralds, and Knuckles' race and past. So it all intertwined, like all the characters like intertwined. And yeah, it made sense. Like all of it kind of like tied together. Like everybody had like a purpose, you know? More or less, aside from Big the Cat. Big the Cat is a total blemish. Let's not get too carried away. Both stories are trash. No. No. Sonic Adventure 2's story. The only good part about it was Shadow. Shadow's part with Maria. The story in the first one was good. I mean, I don't know what makes you think it was bad. I mean, what doesn't make sense about an ancient beast being awakened that uses the Chaos Emeralds to, like, reform the planet? But Robotnik was trying to weaponize them. Like, that totally makes sense. And also, the Chaos Emeralds are tied to the Echidnas, so it makes sense with, like, the Master Emerald and shit like that, that they would also be tied to it. So that brings in Knuckles. Chaos is tied to, like, Robotnik and makes Chaos used for, like, boss fights. And they're all trying to, like, piece this together as they go. So, yeah. Yeah, the story makes way more sense in the first one. I'm not going to demote Sonic Adventure 2. There's a lot of fun to be had in Adventure 2 when you're playing the fun parts. So I wouldn't put it in eh. I was pretty close to putting Adventure 2 in great, but I think if I had done that, I probably would have put Adventure in my favorites. So I think this is correct. We dunk on Big the Cat a lot here. He is a big fat cat. He's got a froggy friend that doesn't want to be around him. And he's got Sega Bass Fishing Engine. Zoomer. Oh yeah, Sonic Adventure 1 doesn't have Supersonic. Yeah, it does. Sonic Adventure 1 literally has Supersonic. That's how it ends. You fight perfect chaos with Supersonic. It's like super epic, actually. The same way that there's like Supersonic and Hyper Shadow or whatever at the end, and you fight the ultimate life form. Or Chaos or whatever. It's pretty dope. It's pretty dope. Big the Cat made most of the game unplayable. How is Big the Cat most of the game? It's one character. Like if you play Big the Cat, like he could be like the last aspect. That's the other thing about it too. If you don't want to play Big the Cat, you have options. You could literally play Sonic, all of Sonic levels, all of Tails' levels, which is essentially more Sonic. Then you could play Knuckles, and his like worlds are more like, they're not as like narrow and complex. They're a lot more like they're a lot easier to find the emeralds, I think, in like the first one. So Knuckles is a lot more fun to play in that one, in my opinion. Then you got E102, which is like a funner version of Robotnik or Tails, but its levels are better. And unfortunately, Amy's not that much fun. But like those aspects of the game are pretty short, and you can play them at your leisure. If you're playing story mode in Adventure 2, you're forced to play that shit. You're like, oh, I picked the good side. Now I did like one Sonic stage, and now I'm going to spend the next hour being like fucking Knuckles and Tails, and I don't want to be. So it gives you player choice. And the open world. But I feel like I'm repeating myself now, because I don't either people are jumping in and not hearing my previous points or ignoring them. So I just find myself repeating myself like 5 times. But it was optional. Yeah, like you could play him at the end. The main reason you would play any of Big the Cat's stages is if you wanted the Supersonic final ending. And you can stomach that and save it at the end after you've already enjoyed the game and like tackled it at whatever pace you want. You expect a zoomer to get to the end of Sonic Adventure 1? Apparently not. They made up their minds because they saw a fucking YouTube video, I guess. Perfect Chaos looks so bullshit compared to the cutscene. I didn't think so. I mean, the cutscene was like an opening cutscene. That's like CG. That was like the CG of the time compared to like the in-game model that you could do. I'm gonna say the same thing about Adventure 2 as well, but You are, and people are not buying it. Let's move on. I am? I'm optional? Let's move on. Oh, hang on, everybody. Mega Man says it's time to move on. Hey, Chris, am I allowed to go on, buddy? And can I continue my tier list? Is that I want your approval first because you run the show. You let me know, man. I'll sit here and wait for your response. You let me know if I'm good to go. I respect your decision, but to me, Sonic Adventure 2 is better than Sonic Adventure 1. Yeah, I can see that. Like, a lot of people, like, obviously I'm in the minority, because a lot of people do feel like Adventure 2 belongs in, like, is a better game than Sonic Adventure 1. I just don't see it. And it's not nostalgia, because I played them at the same time. I played Sonic Adventure 1, and I loved it, and I played Adventure 2, and I was like, damn, this is a downgrade in a lot of ways. You know? Like, yeah, there's some things that they did better, like the Chow Garden, and admittedly there was some better music. You know, if I'm giving it up, you know, there's like the Sonic stages were really, really good. The Sonic and Shadow stages, like Radical Highway, Metal Harbor, Green Forest, you know, all that shit. Like there's a lot of good things in it, but if we're talking about both games as a whole, I feel like the content there's not only more content, but like the content as a whole is better. Like down to the cutscenes, the levels, pacing, the open world. The Chow Garden's not as good, and the music is good, but obviously not, admittedly not as iconic or memorable as like City Escape. But I wouldn't judge an entire game by its soundtrack. And being able to pick what levels you want to do and then explore the world with that character, man, that shit's magical. You're biased towards Adventure 2 for other reasons. Oh, that's fair. But what I can do is have Sonic Adventure 1 on my Xbox. I can replay it to see if I feel the same. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing too. I've gone back and played them more recently, where I played like Adventure 1. And I really had a great time playing through story mode on Adventure 1. And I'm like, man, this is fun. And I'll play through multiple different characters. And I'll play it for like a few hours. I'm like, this is great. But anytime I boot up Sonic Adventure 2 and I start like a campaign in Sonic Adventure 2, I don't want to, like, after I finish the first Sonic level, and then as soon as they drop me into that mech with Robotnik, I'm fucking over it. You know, I'm like, I don't really want to do this. Or I'll just go back and pick the stages, you know? I'll just go back and pick all the ones that I wanted to play, and then I'd drop it, you know? Because those levels are pretty short, too. The Sonic levels in Sonic Adventure 1 are a lot longer than the levels in Sonic Adventure 2. Like Wind Valley takes a decent amount of time. I mean, you can still, like, get through it fairly fast, but I feel like they're longer in Adventure. Of course, that could be in my head. That might not actually be the case. Because Sonic Adventure 2, those levels feel like they're over crazy fast. But that could just be me. I don't know. If Sonic Adventure was 60 FPS, I'm pretty sure you could play Sonic Adventure 1 in 60 FPS, right? I thought it did play in 60 FPS, at least on the 360 version and on Steam, right? Was the original in 30 frames? I don't remember. Anyway, so yeah, that's how I feel. I feel like I think I've justified or at least explained where I'm coming from about why I think Adventure is a way better game than Adventure 2. But
Well, I get it. I think Sonic Adventure 1 actually feels like an adventure, and Sonic Adventure 2 feels more linear ride.
Holy shit, that's a great point. I think I actually remember saying that when I was in high school, but I forgot about that. Yeah, Sonic Adventure was an actual adventure with an open world, like kind of like Banjo-Kazooie or Mario 64 or some shit. Obviously not as good at, like, the open world obviously wasn't as good as those games, like those, like Mario 64 and stuff, but it, you know, it was like an adventure, right? Adventure 2 is literally just like level-based, like, story. It feels more skeleton bare bones in comparison without the open world to explore and stuff like that. But yeah. It was, you only played it on Dreamcast and it was not 60? Damn, maybe I should go back and play my Dreamcast version. Alright, anyway. I think it's about time I move on. Sonic and the Black Knight. I think Sonic and the Black Knight. Why does it say 3DS? Dude, was there a 3DS version? I was thinking Sonic and the Black Knight was on the Wii. I'm gonna assume that's the Wii version. Because I didn't even know there was a 3DS one, but Sonic and the Black Knight literally has just about the same control scheme as Sonic and the Secret Rings on the Wii with the motion controls, and it controls like ass. It is not good. It sucks. It's bad.
Nani nani?
It's still better than Sonic 06 and
Wait,
boom.
Mega Man didn't give you permission to move on.
Oh yeah, hold on. Hey, Mega Man, is it cool? Sorry, man, I forgot to ask. Hey, is it cool if I move on? Hold on, everybody. Hold on. No, I'm just kidding. I'll allow it. Yeah, Black Knight sucks. No one's gonna fight me on that. It's essentially Sonic and the Secret Rings with some weird, I don't know, give Sonic a sword. It was supposed to be this like storybook collection, I think, that they were going for on the Wii. With Sonic and the Secret Rings and Black Knight. It was supposed to be like this fairy tale thing that never took off because they were bad. Alright, here's Sonic Colors. Sonic Colors is eh. I didn't like it as much as everybody else did. I thought it was okay. I bought it when it was brand new on the Wii. I even got my my Sonic hat that came with it, I think. You know, like they sell them on Amazon and a bunch of other stuff now, and you can buy it. I see a lot of people with that Sonic hat. But originally, the only way to get that Sonic hat, I think, was to pre-order colors. And then they gave you this Sonic the Hedgehog hat that's like got a little Velcro string that goes around your chin. I'm gonna be honest, with Sonic Colors, I think a big part of the reason I couldn't get into it was by the time Sonic Colors came out on the Wii, we already had like flat screens and HDMI cables for our Xbox 360s and like PS3s, and Colors came out on the Wii, and the most you could hope for was like composite cables or component cables, and I remember not being able to get past how jaggy and ugly the game looked in comparison to HD gaming. It just looked so blurry. But that wasn't like the only reason. It's not like I dismissed it for that. But yeah, I bought it and I was playing it. And I think Sonic Colors was not the first, but I think one of the first games to have the boost mechanics where you just held down the boost button, you kind of like boosted through enemies. I felt like the platforming was kind of stiff and unresponsive in it, but I did like the new mechanics with the aliens, although they were kind of weird. Some of the levels were kind of cool. Some of them I didn't really care for, like there was that weird candy level and stuff, but I don't think it's bad. Like, I know it sounds like I'm talking a lot of shit about it. I'm just saying about the things I didn't like about it because so many people like Colors that I feel like it's more important to say why I don't like it as much as other people, so I'm making all those negative points more than anything else. I don't think Colors is bad. Also, it's got some amazing music. I don't know what it is about some of these Sonic games. Like, it seems like the music can transcend how good the game is. Like, Planet Wisp in Sonic Colors is one of my all-time favorite tracks. Planet Wisp is so good. It comes in with that piano. Ugh. It's great. The early stages were fun, but close to the end, they made it feel real so far. Yeah, honestly, I do. If I'm being real with y'all, I feel like I'm probably being way too harsh on Colors. And I acknowledge that. For a lot of people, Colors is probably great, but I just found the platforming too unresponsive and annoying, and the graphics at the time were way too dated for me to fully enjoy how it looked, so the spectacle wasn't enjoyable. Like, you have to understand, man, Xbox 360 and PS3 had HDMI and flat screens, and we were getting used to a new generation of graphics around this time, and the Wii was really starting to show its age by the time Colors came out. I didn't even have the ability to put out 720p. I mean, that with the best cables for the Wii, Sonic Colors was putting out what, fucking 480p or some shit. It was blurry and ugly to look at. Admittedly, if Sonic Colors had better graphics at the time, I probably would have been more impressed with the visuals and other aspects, and probably would have been able to see past some of the more questionable platforming. But yeah, it's just kind of fine. You know, I feel like it could have been much better. Hell, I heard that the new Sonic Colors remaster, whatever that came out, was a fucking shit show when it released. I don't know if they've improved it. Maybe I should replay Colors on the remaster if they actually fixed it. What's the word on that? Does anybody know? Yeah, Colors music slapped.
I know, agree, but then we did get a Sonic Colors with HD, but Sonic Team fucked up Sonic Colors Ultimate.
Yeah, exactly. The stages in the end basically removed the speed. Yeah, yep, exactly. Yeah, it really did. 40p Wii looks ugly as sin. Dude, for real. I had the component cables that had like the blue and the green for that little added resolution, and it still looked ugly as fuck on my flat screen. Not PS2 bad, but close. If you have Wii U, play Colors on it over HDMI. Yeah. Do I still have Colors? Hang on, let me look over here real quick. I think I do. Oh, fuck, I don't. I must have sold it at some point. I'm looking over at my Wii games. I have Sonic Zero Gravity, but I don't see Sonic Colors. I don't think I own it anymore. Fuck, that sucks. I must have bought it and then traded it in at some point for something. Huh. Yeah, I guess I don't have it. You thought about buying it? Yeah, maybe I'll get the remaster and mod it. Is it on? Is Sonic Colors Remaster on Steam, or is it only on like consoles? Or on Dolphin Emulator? That sounds like a better option. Dolphin Emulator. Probably do that. All right. Anyway, moving on. Sorry, people that like Colors. Let's see. What is this? Another mobile game? Whatever, mobile game. Sonic Free Riders. Trash. Never should have been released. It's garbage. It doesn't work. It doesn't function. I always think back to that Angry Joe video where he bought it and he shows how painful it is on your back to play and it doesn't respond. It's so shitty. And it's so sad because Sonic Free Riders using the Kinect killed the franchise. Like, Sonic Riders and Sonic Riders Zero Gravity were pretty fucking fun. And Free Riders just fucked that up, man. I think I heard somebody at one point, like, if you emulate it and use, like, actual control schemes instead of, like, a shitty Kinect, it's actually not that bad and it's pretty fun, but, you know, whatever. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, Joe actually took it back and, like, trade and like sold and got a refund saying it's broken, it doesn't work. Yeah, it's like an incomplete game. Those are like the 3 most inexcusable titles for like Sonic. And that was such a great video where he took it back. Alright, so yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna... I mean, what else can you say? It used Kinect. It didn't work. It was not a game that functioned. They shouldn't have sold it. Right up here with Boom in 06. The last game. You guys are gonna be so fucking pissed at me. This isn't a joke, dude. Sonic R is one of my favorites. I fucking love Sonic R. And you know what really sucks is that I know people are gonna see, like, if I show this tier list to people, they're gonna see Sonic R as one of my favorites, and they're just gonna be like, oh, well, that right there just completely, like, invalidates the rest of your list. Your list is trash. You put Sonic R at the top. You're fucking, Sonic R is at the top. Yeah, you don't have an opinion. Adventure is above Adventure 2, and Colors is this list is trash. It's just gonna unfold. That's like the domino effect. Putting Sonic R in my favorites at the top is literally the thing that just makes the rest of my list crumble. If I actually put this down here, right, like in bad, where everybody would expect it to be, everyone would look at it and go, okay, I mean, I don't agree with some of this, but blah, blah, blah. That's how they would respond. But because my fucking ass puts this right here, it just completely undoes everything. No one understands me, chat. I'm such an individual. I'm such a snowflake. Nobody understands me. I can explain myself.
Nani? You gave me shit over the 06, but then you do this, sir. Don't slander me.
No. I can hold on. Put your pitchforks away. I can explain, okay? I can explain everything that you think that makes this game shitty actually makes it great, okay? And I can explain it. All right, the same way I can explain why Sonic CD is a lot better than a lot of people think it is.
JonTron's review has done damage.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, JonTron did that video where he makes fun of Sonic R. Admittedly, one of my favorite videos because I think it's really funny. But I think a lot of people take that as like a serious review about how shitty Sonic R is. Because it's easy to make fun of. It's a really dated racing game on Sega Saturn of all fucking consoles. Sega Saturn wasn't even meant to be a console that does 3D gaming. It was supposed to be a specialized 2D console. But then we got like... They switched like CEOs or some shit, and the CEO was like, 3D's the future of video games. Make a bunch of 3D games for our console. And they're like, the Sega Saturn's not really meant for 3D, sir. It's disc-based, but it's meant to run really powerful, pretty 2D games. He's like, I don't give a fuck. Make 3D games. And kicked him in the balls. And you're like, God damn it. We're going to market it this way and blah, blah, make it all 3D, so... If Sonic R belongs in favorites and Sonic Heroes switch places with Sonic R. Boo! Disagree. Glad to see Sonic Mania at the top. Yeah. I mean, that can't be too much of a surprise. List invalidated. Go home.
Also, Sonic R created the jail-style creepypasta.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but yes, it did. Sonic R music is fine up there. Yeah, the soundtrack. Yeah. I'll be honest, I don't mind. I agree with you. Wow, really? Cool. At least I'm not alone in the world. That's the thing. Even the people who does just bad videos didn't mention the music at all. Okay, so here's the thing, all right? I know all of what, like, the people that trash this game. I know exactly where you're coming from, right? Let's get to the meat of the subject, all right? Sonic R, right? Why is it bad? A lot of people right off the bat will be like, what is this music, right? This music doesn't sound like a racing game music. It's like, can you feel the sunshine? Oh my god, how is this supposed to be racing music? All right, first of all, let me take you to put your headspace in the right position. Sonic R was created for the Sega Saturn around the time when like CD quality audio music was a new thing, okay? Before Sega Saturn, like, it was mostly like Genesis chiptune, and you had chiptune music because, you know, the consoles can't produce like CD audio quality. So with the Sega Saturn, what are we going to do? We have a Sonic racing game, and we can actually produce like full, like, it doesn't have to be chipped in. We can actually put like full-fledged music in there. So what are we going to do? We're going to take what Sonic chiptune music sounds like on the Genesis, but we're gonna make it like actual music with like instruments and vocals and stuff. So like if you're playing Sonic R, on those stages that you're playing on, imagine the songs that you're listening to, but imagine them in like on the Genesis chiptune, like the music chip for like the Genesis. Then suddenly that Green Hill looking level in Sonic R, you're like, oh yeah, I can see where this kind of sounds like an orchestrated or more like CD audio quality you know, version of like a Sonic stage like Green Hill. Same thing with Radical Highway, you know, except for they also threw in a little bit of that 90s R&B at the time, you know. They got some 90s techno, a little bit of dance music thrown in there, you know. Cuz in the city, you know, you have to survive, you know. Some lyrics, right? And if you look at it like that, you're like, oh, okay, so it's Sonic music used for a Sonic racing game, but it has audio quality. So ignore the fact that it's necessarily a racing game, but more of like a Sonic racing game. So Sonic comes first. So it's Sonic music, right? And even then, that's if you had a problem with the soundtrack. Most people would say, yeah, Sonic R is a bad game, but like the soundtrack slaps, right? Because it does. You can't help but sing along. It's fucking awesome, right? Now the second thing. The other thing people trash it for is what? Like, I'm actually asking. What else do you think it is that's bad about Sonic R? The levels? Yo, what's up, Amnitron? How's it going, buddy? How's it going, dude? How's it going, dude? Oh yeah, Knuckles Chaotix. Yeah, but Knuckles Chaotix was man, what was that? That was on 32X or whatever. The controls, the levels, music, which is dumb to crit about. Okay, so the controls and the levels. All right. So people think the controls are bad, right?
You can't control your character. The AI cheats the stages look stall.
All right, here we go. All right, that's good. So you're saying your complaints of Sonic R is that the characters control bad and the AI cheats the stages. The AI cheats and the stages look dull? Okay. First of all, the controls vary from character to character. It depends what character you're playing. If you're playing Sonic, he's a little bit kind of slippery, but you have shoulders to do sharp turns. For me, like, I can play it pretty well. Like, you can just kind of like, you steer and then you use the shoulders when you need to make sharp turns. But that being said, Sonic is a speed character. Most people pick Sonic right off the bat, but he's got the most sluggish handling, right? But if you play like Knuckles is a little bit tighter, but he's not quite as fast, like as far as handling. But if you want to see, like, if you want really tight handling, you can fucking pick Amy. Amy's in an actual fucking car, and she's slow as fuck. But nobody wants to be Amy. Nobody wants to be Amy in a car. Her handling is tight, and she can drive over water, but she can't fucking jump, and she fucking sucks. And she's slow as fuck, so fuck Amy. And she has, like, every 10 rings or 5 rings she collects, she gets a boost. But it's still shitty. So, like, when you're talking about controls, most people are defaulting to Sonic. You're trading handling for speed. So it's character-based, right? Because then if you pick Sonic, like Super Sonic doesn't control like normal Sonic does. Super Sonic is like, he's fucking the best character in the game. Like, he's got tighter handling, he can run over water, he can double jump, and he jumps high as fuck. You know, he can like drift over stuff, he hauls ass, crazy acceleration, top speed. So, I mean, the controllers are going to vary based on who you pick, you know? I mean, that doesn't seem very fair, right? If I was playing another racing game or something like that, and I chose the character that's like, and you see if you actually saw each character's stats, and you chose the character with no handling, and then you complain that the game has shitty controls. I mean, wouldn't that be on you, right? Sonic R doesn't have those, but if it had it listed on display, what do you think Sonic the Hedgehog's stats would look like in Sonic R? Right? It'd probably be all speed and what, like almost no handling? Maybe some decent acceleration because he's fast, right? I think that's a fair point, right? Yo, what's up, Dead Kev? Yeah, see, I'm getting you, right? I'm making sense. Watch out. I might actually convert some of you guys. You might start understanding where I'm coming from. See? Hear me out. So that's controls, right? Control. Your complaint about the controls varies on who you pick. The AI cheats. Firstly, the AI, I don't know what you mean by AI cheating. The AI literally can't cheat. The AI is actually bound by the same rules that you are. They can't go through secret doors without having enough rings. They need to have enough rings. They can't like attack you through stuff. They take shortcuts, but the shortcuts that they take are no different than the ones that you can take. In fact, the thing that makes it so fucking easy is that if you know where the shortcuts are, you can like break the levels if you like know where to jump and go. But the thing is that in Sonic R, it's not just about winning the race. Even with those shortcuts, you need to pick up either all 5 of the challenge tokens to unlock a new secret character, or you need to collect enough rings to like open the door to get one of the Chaos Emeralds. And then with the Chaos Emerald, you still have to place first. With the challenge tokens, you still have to get top 3. So, which leads me into my next point. A lot of people complain about the levels. They're like, dude, Sonic R's levels are fucking whack. They have all these different paths, and they're really wide, but really there's only one quick path to take, so why the fuck? You know, these levels don't make sense. But the thing is that in Sonic R, the levels aren't meant to just be tracks, all right? It's not like Gran Turismo or like, you know, like a typical Mario Kart level. The levels are meant to be explored while they're also meant to be raced. So while you're picking up challenge tokens and finding different pathways, that's your way of like exploring. Because if it was just running through the levels, like there wouldn't be much there. But they added to them, so they're not just tracks. They're levels that are meant to be like where you're finding out, oh, where does this secret pathway go? And if I have the 20 coin or the 20 rings to open up this door, is it a shortcut? Is there a challenge token inside? Is there an emerald? You know, you're meant to like go off the beaten path, whether it's faster or longer. It's meant for you to explore to find those things, and that's why they're challenge tokens. What kind of fucking challenge tokens would you be picking up if they were just laid out on the track on like the fastest route? You're supposed to go out of your way to explore the level to find them and then still win the race. That's why they're challenge tokens. Same thing with the emeralds. You gotta collect enough rings to open up the door, collect the emerald, go out of your way to pick it up, and then still get first place. Makes sense, right? Right? Just can't imagine someone picking 06 over Sonic Adventure 1. Oh yeah, I can't picture that either. That was Supra. Superstar did that in the Discord. Once I heard this soundtrack for Sonic R, I was in love. The music's so damn good. Yeah, dude, me too. And that's what's also cool about Sega Saturn games is that I think they got in trouble for this, but like if a Sega Saturn game had like a really banging soundtrack, you literally also owned the game and the music CD. So if you had like Sonic 3D Blast or Wipeout or Sonic R, you could literally take those CDs and put it into a CD player, and it has all the music on there. In fact, you could also put it in your computer and rip all the songs from the game directly. Like, I actually done that. Hold on, let me see. Real quick. Let me just in case I bring up something I'm not supposed to. I don't want to get in trouble. You know, I might accidentally show you some anime ass while going through my files. Where is it? Here we go. Here are various. Where did I put it? Maybe it's under Sega. I'm trying to find it. I burned it from the CD. Under Sega? Oh, I'm having trouble finding it. I do have it on here, though. Steep slope sliders. Yeah, what the hell? Where is that?
No.
Oh, big crap!
Oh my god!
He can do it. 5 seconds.
He doesn't have EX! He doesn't have EX! Oh!
How?
Holy shit! Oh my god!
Oh, shit.
Damn, man, that was loud as fuck. Yeah, if you could make sure not to do that anymore, I'd appreciate it. Where is that? Oh, here it is. I think I found it. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not upset about. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's under Sega. All right, nice. Yeah, I got all the Sonic music here. Yeah, it even has the instrumentals. All right, let's see. There you go. Yeah, check it out. Yeah, it's just the title, but yeah, I have like the instrumentals, all of it on here. It's so good. This isn't exactly convincing me.
Ready, set, go.
Once I heard the soundtrack, I'm sorry, I'm catching up with chat. Give me a sec.
Nani nani? That song advertises playing Supersonic.
Yeah, essentially. It's like as soon as you unlock Supersonic, they're just like, yeah, play it on the last stage and get this banging track. Yeah, a little banging like menu theme. Alright, so the other thing. So yeah, the controls are based on which character you pick. The music fucking slaps. The levels aren't meant to be just tracks. They're meant to be explored for challenge tokens and emeralds, so that way they're not simplistic. As far as the AI cheating, you can actually like, you can destroy the levels. Like once you know where all the shortcuts are and stuff, you can like hop over walls and like you can like cut out parts of the track, but it makes it more manageable for all the challenge tokens that you have to unlock. On top of that, the unlockable characters are so cool. You get to play Metal Sonic. You got Metal, excuse me, you got like Mecha Knuckles, and then you also have Tails Doll, which created Tails Doll. Then you got like that Mecha Robotnik from like Sonic and Knuckles. And then unlocking Supersonic is just cool. Supersonic does break the game, but he's meant to break the game because you've collected all the emeralds. That being said, there is one level where Supersonic is kind of outmatched, and it's the final level. If you're playing Radiant Emerald and you use Mecha Knuckles, there's actually a shortcut if you jump at the height of the hairpin turn. You can like glide, and then you'll keep gliding, and then you'll cut to a different part of the, like a higher part of the track. And it doesn't save you a shit ton of time, but it saves you a decent amount of time. That's actually faster than Supersonic, because the whole stage is meant to not have like crazy shortcuts outside of like ring doors to open up. So the fact that Knuckles actually has like a decent shortcut that doesn't use any rings, it's great to use on like the first lap at the very least, and it's actually much faster than Supersonic. But I don't hear anybody talking about that shortcut, so I don't know if it's documented or well known. I just assume the internet already knows stuff that I know, but maybe that's... I don't know. I don't know if that's like a secret that only I know about or not. Play a song backwards. But yeah, I guess that's pretty much it, right? Like nobody... I don't think there's any other complaints about Sonic R. Some people say they don't like the way it looks.
Nani nani.
Like graphics, I guess.
Fuck, this soundtrack is so good, but no Sonic R is still bad to me.
That's fair. I mean, I get it. It's a hard sale, right? And I do have to admit there's some level of nostalgia for the game. But I think if it was just nostalgia, I wouldn't go back and play it as much as I do. I think it's a fun game. It's fun to explore the levels and pick up all the tokens and collect the emeralds and unlock all the characters. The music is good. The tracks are really vibrant and colorful and fun to race on. The characters are fun to play outside of just Sonic. Like, they each have their own little special abilities. Admittedly, the 3D graphics aren't the prettiest. Like, I've seen YouTube videos go, oh man, the game is so ugly. Like, compare this game to, I don't know, Diddy Kong Racing or Mario Kart on Nintendo 64. I'm like, well, shit, man, that's like, I don't know. To me, that's still like comparing apples and oranges. If you were going to compare it to something, at least compare it to like the same fucking console. Comparing like an early CD-based Sega Saturn console to a cartridge-based Nintendo 64, they're just completely two different monsters. They're just, like, Sega Saturn was meant to be like a 2D beast, but they were like forced by their CEO to like make 3D games because that was like the new shit for video games. And you got like Nintendo 64 that's just, I don't know, it really lent itself well to that sort of game because I don't know. Maybe I'm coping. Maybe I'm just doing some hardcore copium. But I love Sonic R. I think it's super fucking fun. I love the music. I don't think it's bad. I don't think balance is an issue with it. It's just fun. It's just a fun fucking game. But I can see where someone tried to play it now and it'd be like, oh, this is ugly and I think this control's weird. And I don't know where all the cool shortcuts or challenge tokens are. I mean, you don't know how to play it. I could see where someone wouldn't jump into it now. It's a hard sale. That being said, I don't think there's anything necessarily about Sonic R that doesn't function well.
Explain the bad rubber banding.
I don't think there is bad rubber banding. Like, what rubber banding? I smoke people in that game. Like the AI isn't that smart. You can put it on the hardest difficulty, and you can even pit me. Like, I could be Sonic the Hedgehog, and I could be racing against like all the secondary characters, like the mecha characters that are faster, and I'll smoke the shit out of them. Like, I don't think it does clearly rubber band some though, but the rubber band is literally the AI just taking shortcuts that you can take, and some of the shortcuts you can take they can't take or they don't know exist. So you can just smoke the shit out of the AI. Yeah, I don't know what else to say, man. I just don't think it's. I mean, there is rubber banding clearly, so I can't deny it doesn't exist, but I don't think the rubber banding is notoriously bad, worse than like Mario Kart or something.
Metal Sonic Challenge Race.
What about Metal Sonic Challenge Race? I feel like I'm missing something. I'm gonna lie, I somehow fell for the Tails doll creepypasta when I was younger. Yeah, then the Metal Sonic Challenge Race is fucking easy, dude. Like, as soon as the race starts, you like veer to the right, jump on the little island, and then jump over the water. And then you just kind of like follow the pathway all the way back and do another lap, and then skip the loop-de-loop. It's pretty easy. I can't wait to show you my anime and my fighting game list. Oh god. A lot of us fell for some creepypasta. Alright, so this is essentially my list. I know there's gonna be a fucking shitstorm for this. And I'm gonna have to explain myself on Twitter, or I'm just gonna have to like link them to this shit. I'm gonna have to like gonna have to take this VOD and like edit together my points to make it more coherent and like concise and be like, look, dude, Sonic R fucking slaps. All right, as far as the other games that we missed, what wasn't on the list that's here, real quick? I didn't really play Knuckles Chaotix. Oh, Sonic 3D Blast, the Genesis version. I think this is the Genesis version, and this is the Sega. Or no, this is the Genesis versus Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn is eh. Sega Saturn 3D Blast is pretty tight. Genesis is bad. The Genesis version of Sonic 3D Blast is unfortunately the version that most people played because most people had a Genesis and nobody had a Sega Saturn. So most people think 3D Blast is garbage. Its bonus stages are really ugly. The graphics are pretty ugly. The music is the whole thing's blah. But me, my stepdad got me a Sega Saturn, and I was playing Sonic 3D Blast on Saturn, and I was like, holy shit, this is amazing. Like, one of the most slept-on soundtracks. I'm serious. Like, if you guys want some fucking banger-ass tracks, go check out, like, Rusty Ruins on Sonic 3D Blast. Like, and the different acts actually have different vibes. Oh, they're so good. And the bonus stage, too. The bonus stage is actually really fucking cool. It's like 3D models running around in like a Sonic Adventure 2 style tube. And there's like little speed boosts and, oh, it's great. Sonic 3D Blast is really great. But admittedly, it's pretty dated in like its gameplay and stuff. But, so it's not really, it's not up here, right? But it's definitely not bad. The music's fantastic, but the actual core gameplay could be better. So it's kind of right here in the middle, right? We already did CD. CD was, we put CD on here. Great. Yeah, I already talked a shit ton about that at the beginning of the stream. That was one of the first games that we talked about. What else wasn't on that list? What else are we missing? I know there's some to get to it. Oh, that's the Genesis version. Yes. Oh, yeah, Sonic Rush Adventure. I don't know if I played that enough to have an opinion. I played a decent amount of Rush, but I didn't play enough of Rush Adventure, I think. I probably put it in eh. Oh my god, Sonic 4 Episode 2. This game's bad, too. Episode 2. I mean, it's better than the first one, but it's still bad. It still has that... The physics engine for Sonic 4 can't be saved. But they had some cool stuff. There was, like, Metal Sonic was in it, and they had some other interesting ideas that made it better, but it was still bad. Sonic Rivals, the first one, and the second one, the second one's better, but not by much. Sonic Rivals 1 and 2 on PSP. They're, like, pretty cool versus racing games. Wouldn't quite put it in great. They're a little dated and ugly, but like they're fun. Like I am half tempted to put like Rivals 2 up here, but yeah, dude, Rivals is pretty decent for PSP. What else we got here? We already did that one. Sonic Shuffle. Okay, Sonic Shuffle is eh. A lot of people say it's bad, but the mini games are actually pretty damn fun in Shuffle. But it takes so long to play a game. Sonic Shuffle is essentially Sonic Mario Party. And if you actually play it on an actual Dreamcast, the loading times, ugh. That's what makes it take a whole afternoon. You could play like 1 or 2 games of Sonic Shuffle and there goes your whole fucking Sunday. Just because it takes so fucking long. But it's pretty fun, man. The little board layout and little story things for collecting rings. Pretty balanced. I had a lot of fun with it, but it is pretty dated with its load times, and some of the mini games aren't great, but a lot of them are pretty good. So I don't know. It's pretty good, but also pretty bad. I think Anne is perfect for it. Some people say it's pretty trash, but yeah, it was pretty decent for like a Mario Party ripoff on Dreamcast, but yeah, it hasn't aged well in some aspects. Oh, Sonic the Fighters? okay, hear me out. Sonic the Fighters is a bad game, but it is so fucking funny. Dude, if you want to have an amazing time, play Sonic the Fighters with your friends, and neither one of you know what the fuck is going on. It's Sonic characters with like the Fighting Vipers engine, but it's just like so weird and broken and hilarious. Oh, dude, every time I play it and go back and play it, I laugh my fucking ass off for at least like 20 minutes. It's definitely not a great fighting game. But it's not the worst one either. Yeah, it's a great bad fighting game. Yeah, but it's in the it's in the category with a huge asterisk. We have to explain. The AI is so stupid. Also, it has Honey the Cat, I think. Unless that was just in the Xbox 360 version. I forget. What do we got? Where were we? Sega Superstars Tennis. I don't know if I'd rank that one or not. Oh, is this Team Sonic Racing? Team Sonic Racing is bad. I talked a little bit about Team Sonic Racing when I was ranking Sonic's All-Stars Racing Transform, because essentially they were like, let's take this game and re-release it as Team Sonic Racing, but with like literally 1/10 of the content. Just Sonic characters, no transforming, same physics engine, reused assets, and it's the most mediocre, bland, boring thing, whereas this is the greatest kart racing game ever made. So Team Sonic Racing is trash. I mean, it functions, and you can find worse games. Like, it works, right? If someone played this and they hadn't played this or whatever, like, it functions, it works, like, you can play it. But goddamn, dude, what a fucking downgrade. Wow. Like, quite literally just a much shittier version of this game on, like, across the board. Music, presentation, characters, tracks, like, less IPs. It's literally just Sonic now. Like, ooh, they fucked that shit up. Dr. Mean Bean Machine. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. It's a pretty bad Sonic game. It's literally just Puyo and remarketed for fucking Robotnik so they can sell the game. I mean, it functions well enough, but it's literally just they didn't want to call it Puyo. They wanted to call it, associate it with Sonic in some way, because if you slap Sonic's name on it, it sells better, which is true. I mean, it's a puzzle game that works. I mean, I could put it up here, whatever. It's Puyo Puyo with Robotnik's dumb face slapped on the cover, and it's a decent versus puzzle game, but yeah, it's just Puyo. I'm not gonna rank the Olympic games. I feel like that's, I don't know. There's just like a bunch of mini games. It's kind of weird. We already did all these. Oh man, Sonic the Arcade game, dude. I wish I could rate this. I've never actually played the Sonic Arcade game before.
Knuckles Chaotix.
I didn't really play Knuckles Chaotix. Sorry. I've never really had the opportunity. Like, it's never really been released on anything. It's stuck on the 32X. I'd have to emulate it, I guess. It wasn't on the Sega Gems collection on GameCube. It's never in any of the other Mega collections. It's got no re-releases. I don't know. I've never really... I think maybe once I played it, I think I have a memory and going, wow, this is really weird. But I don't know. It's like a distant memory if I played it. I wish I played this arcade game with the little trackball and stuff with Ray and Mighty, but I've never gotten a chance to play it. The Sonic Waku Waku kart police thingy, never played it. This Leapster shit. I think this is like the advanced game that's really bad. The Game Boy Advance Sonic one. Yeah, this is all weird shit. Sonic fishing, golf. Sonic Hearts, Sonic Runners, it's a mobile game. Kart. Yeah, I don't know about any of this shit. Look at these. I feel like a lot of the... Some of these look like they were Japanese-only flip phone games. Like, how am I supposed to rate that shit? Who the fuck played any of these? Yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the list, man. Yeah, none of these others were really that great. Yeah, these were some of the other ones I would have put on the list too. But yeah, this is it. Here's my Sonic list. I wish I could drag these over and drop them in here, but I can't. This took me a lot longer than I thought it would, but I guess I can ramble about Sonic for a long time. What's up with the Sega guy for 3D Blast? Oh, the guy for the intro? He's like, he just screams. This guy? Yeah, let me put it on here. I feel like that needs to be like an alert. Holy shit, is he being held hostage and every time he doesn't say Sega, he loses a finger? Like, what the fuck? God damn, man. I feel pretty good about my list. I know a lot. I know they're gonna fucking hang my head for what I did to Sonic Adventure. Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, and I put Sonic R up there. My head's gonna roll. Honestly. But I feel like I made some fine points and justifying the way I feel and why I put things where I did. You know, I feel like I did a pretty good job. But no one's gonna hear me out. They just want my head. They just want blood. No one's gonna be like, you put Sonic R, you're a fucking meme. Sonic R is at the top. You're a meme. Oh yeah, this song does have kind of like a Yu Yu Hakusho vibe. Sounds like something from MK. Oh shit, it totally does. Yeah. We're gonna make it real. Alright, check it out. I'm about to blow your fucking mind. So it starts out with this little jazzy Green Grove. Nice little piano kicking in here. It's nice, it's nice. But it's not until you get to the second zone, Rusty Ruins, where shit starts to slap. You ready for this? That's baby making music right there. You know what this vibe is? This is like some Return to Innocence. It's like Sa Dima. Return to Innocence. Hiya, hiya. And you're like, alright, that's pretty cool. What's the second act sound like? Ooh, getting funkier. Yeah. No way this is from Sonic 3D Blast. This is Sonic 3D Blast on Sega Saturn. This was the way that Sonic 3D Blast was meant to be played, but nobody fucking played it because everyone had a Genesis and they didn't want to miss out on the Genesis money, so they made a shitty Genesis port that sucks ass, so everybody thinks 3D Blast sucks ass. But 3D Blast actually fucking slaps on Saturn. It's a different game, I'm telling you. That's because the Genesis version didn't sound like this. You know what the Genesis version sounded like? I don't even know. I never fucking played it, but let's find out how shitty it is. Sonic 3D Blast Genesis OST. Alright, here we go, Genesis. They're trying. They're trying. Yeah, that's rough around the edges. Ugh. Eek. All right, or what about Rusty Ruins? Let's hear what Rusty Ruins sounds like.
Stop.
Sorry, we're in this for the long haul. Not that bad, actually.
Nani nani. The people playing the instruments sound depressed.
See, Rusty Ruins doesn't actually sound as bad as I thought it would, but yeah, it's not the worst. Second act doesn't sound too much better. Different vibe. See, but that doesn't compare to this fucking shit. Here we go. Ooh. It just oozes that 90s hip-hop R&B fucking vibe. That 90s dance. Oh, shit. What a vibe. Powerful vibe. Ooh, did I stream that in the past? What, 3D Blast? No, actually. I don't think I've ever streamed 3D Blast. I still have my copy on Sega Saturn. I have 3D Blast. I should really stream some more Sega Saturn someday. I got my Retro Tink right here. I just gotta hook up the Sega Saturn and make a Sega Saturn day out of it. Or I can just emulate Saturn. Who hurt you, Sonic 3D Blast? Show how good it is? Yeah, I mean the music slaps, but it's still like the gameplay is still more or less the same. But like the bonus stage is different. And it looks better. So it's a better game by like a large margin. And here's the other song. A little more jazzy. See, a little cartoony because it's trying to fit the bill, right? So what does it sound like on this one? See, they're trying to go for like a clowny carnival vibe. Not the Genesis best stuff. All right, so now let's get to it, like another good song. So this is the snow level, right? It's almost like Christmas, very like holiday vibes. And here's Act 2. It almost sounds like a snow level in Mario 64. See, it's chill vibes. All right, here we go. Now what's this one sound like? Actually, not bad. I'm going to be honest. I think I actually might prefer this in some ways. Not bad. Pretty good. You know what it kind of reminds me of? It sounds a lot like the Sonic 3 Versus music. Sounds a lot like that. All right, now check this out. What's the Volcano Valley? Gene Gadget. This is the one. Check this shit out. Fuck. God damn, that hits. Hold on, it gets better. Ooh. Fuck. Fucking slaps, dude. This shit slaps so fucking hard. Alright, what about the second one? Oh, man. Yeah, I think Act 1 is better, too. But this shit is tight, right? Alright, what does this one sound like? What's Gene Gadget on here? Oof, that's a downgrade. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard, but that's a downgrade. Yep. Ooh, yeah, that's a downgrade. So you're probably like, so are those the only good songs? I'm glad you asked. Fucking piano kicks in. I'm such a sucker for piano. Oh, it's so... Oh, that piano just changes everything. Alright, what about the second act? Oh, it's like a punch in the face. Yeah, it's like getting sucker punched. Hey, what's up, Deadpool? How you doing, man? Yeah, they just went nuts in the studio. You good? Awesome, man. I'm glad to hear it. Tell me that's not super sick. Like, right? Now here's what it sounded like on Genesis. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I've actually heard a remix of this song. Where did I hear this song? I never really played the Genesis version of this game, so I don't know where I heard this song. Oh my god, where did I hear this? They must have used this song for something else. How do I know this? Wow. Wait, I think it was from a racing game, or... Oh my god, hang on. Oh my god, I'm having like a flash memory. I'm uncovering it. What is it? Oh my god, what was it from? Did they use it for Sonic Transform? No. Oh my god. Dude, this is gonna bother the shit. There's a memory deep in my brain, and I'm just like, it's like uncovering a fossil. I don't know. Man, this is bothering me. I think they used it for something else. Oh shit, that's a completely different song. This song kind of kicks ass. Wow. Yeah, okay, this is a pretty good track. I still don't think it's as good as the Sega Saturn one. It's more like a 90s dance number. But this is fucking great, actually. Sounds like it would be in a fighting game. Yeah, a little bit. Or a beat 'em up. I could see it being for like a beat 'em up. Alright, now check this out. Here's the special stage, okay? Here's the special stage. It's fucking goofy. It's just some, I don't know, some clown ass music. Now check out the Saturn version, okay? Ooh. Da-da. Oh my god. Ooh, this song slaps. Fuck. Oh, it's not even close. Saturn destroys Genesis. Wait, it gets better. Hold on. It's about to hit this crescendo. Hold on. Oh yeah, here comes that piano, boy. That piano fucking comes in. So fucking hype. Anyway, yeah, it's super good, right? So then what's the boss music sound like on the Genesis? It's kind of cool. It's all right.
Nani? Castlevania?
Oh my god, it does kind of sound like Castlevania, actually. It's not bad. I'm gonna be honest. I gotta give some props. The Genesis version, a lot of the music actually is pretty good. Some of it's even great, but a lot of it just can't hang with this shit right here. You ready? Some intense boss music. Kids beware, you're in for a scare. What the fuck? But yeah, definitely, the soundtrack definitely slaps more on the Sonic 3D Blast. My favorite's definitely like Rusty Ruins and like Gene Gadget, but like, dude. Yeah, I can listen to this shit all day. This is a vibe. Look, I don't know if you guys smoke the ganja, but if you partake of the devil's lettuce, I'd strongly recommend taking a little break to unwind and listen to like Rusty Ruins Act 1 and Act 2.
Nani? Go back to that super clowny one for the Genesis.
The super clowny one? Which one was that? Oh, I already closed the Genesis tab. My bad. Let me see. Let me show you why the special stage looks super cool, though. Check it out. So this is what the special stage actually looked like. The special stage with the music, maybe like, because some of you guys, you heard the song, you're like, oh yeah, that's fucking tight, right? But the music was in time with what would be happening in the special stage. So like, there's like song cues that happen at certain checkpoints while you're trying to get enough emeralds and shit. So you collect 50 rings or whatever, and you go up to Knuckles or sometimes Tails or whatever, and then you give them the rings, and that's what teleports you to the special stage. I love that running animation, by the way. It looks so fucking great. See, I'm pretty convinced that they used more of the assets and stuff that they had planned for Sonic Adventure on Sega Saturn and then used it for the special stage on Sonic 3D Blast.
Lol, it's Sonic R.
Sonic R? It looks like Sonic Jam. This is definitely more of the physics engine that they were going to use for Sonic Adventure. Oh, that little speed boost. Oh, it's so awesome. Yeah, that's why that music slaps so hard. All right, chat. I think that's gonna be it for me today. I'm gonna post my tier list, and I can't wait for everybody to talk about how crazy I am because I put Sonic R up here. And then, and yeah, I guess before I go, I'm going to watch this one more time, and then I'm going to end the stream. G stream. Thanks for hanging out with me and watch me fucking be an opinionated asshole about Sonic games. I appreciate you guys chilling with me. Even if we didn't have like the same opinions on stuff, it was fun to have an argument or discussion about it. I had fun. I hope you guys had a good time too. God, this slaps so hard. Fuck. Fucking peak animation. God damn, Sonic looks good in this. Sick as fuck. Oh. Even the part where like that when he does the 180 and then like Tails is like eating shit. Just all those amazing impact frames of Tails tumbling on the ground looks so good.
Battle Athlete.
All right, chat. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I will see you guys for another stream probably tomorrow. Not sure what I'm gonna play. Guess I'll keep you guys guessing. You never know. Let me find somebody to host. Also, I gotta take a pee. I've been drinking a lot of water. And I gotta take a whiz. Later, Chris. Jeremy. Game Fighter. Happy Poop. Thanks again for the support, guys. I'll see you guys in the Discord. We can argue more about Sonic games. Where am I sending y'all? Who's live? Jorvato's playing Pokemon. Doig Swift. I'm gonna send you guys over to Doig Swift, and I'll see you guys later. Take it easy, guys.
Your stuff, because maybe you can help